So, is the situation of F this week? I mean, I was very angry last week. I want to say fuck this week again, but I'm just more hurt than I am angry.
And why is that?
Well, let's talk about it, shall we? Hey everyone, this is Mikoy and welcome to the BLT 12 podcast. I am joined by the week 5 participant.
OKR 2004.
Yeah, as you can tell, these last few BLT weeks have not been very fun, both as a spectator and in your case, as a player. So, I hope, things turn around this week, but then again, the current week that this video is being recorded on, there's already some bullshit that's happened that I'm not exactly the biggest fan of, so...
I think 10 games have happened.
Yes, I don't even care about that. I don't even care about the fact that 1/4 of the games have been played as early as a Monday, you fucking mad lads. But, yeah.
Nah, some of those were today, but 9 of them were on Monday, I think.
Yeah, and
maybe 8.
I don't even care about the fact that, 1/5 of the games have been played on a Monday. It's just the quality of games have been shit. Like, I haven't seen, the best plays from even, and that's just not a dig at the tours regs or the people who don't frequent Smogon. It's just that everyone I think has been affected in some way, shape, or form. And yeah, this BLT has not been very fun. I'll be completely honest. So,
I don't know about you, I'm having a blast.
You having a blast? I'm not. I'm stressed the fuck out. So, today...
Well, yeah, that's you.
Yeah, that's me, Mr. I record 4 hours for content. Anyway, last week we covered week 4, and we predicted week 5. So week 5, like I said at the start of this video, is it really a continuation of a fuck this week? I would say not really. Just more disappointing week.
I'd say it is. But I may be biased.
You may be, well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to that, okay? So, let's review the game, shall we, and see what the bullshit transpired, okay? Because there's a lot of bullshit that happened that I really wasn't a fan of. So, first off, we have the Resort City Rufflets losing to the Pillsbury Fido boys.
You mean hacked us down a notch?
Yeah.
In 4 games, at least?
At least 4 games you've been quietly shitted on. First off, we have Ubers between Ainscrad and Skimmy the God. This one was a no-John, I think. Yeah, this was a no-John.
H1, yes.
This one was one of the first no-Johns of the tour. 4 of them came from you. Ubers, we started off with this. So first off, we have Ains' Ho-Oh. Crit killed Skimmy's Ho-Oh with his own Brave Bird at turn 4. So already the bullshit started happening with a crit.
So already it's over to that turn.
Turn 3, I believe. Not turn 4. Turn 3. I had to be very specific. While Koraidon crits and kills Arceus with Outrage by turn 9. Not crit kill, it was just a crit and a kill. Then 10 turns have passed, but nothing really happening. We saw turn 19, where we saw the Terra Poison Arceus Fairy block the Clodsire's Toxic, setting up the Calm Mind, setting up the Iron Defense. However, Clodsire, being unaware, just tanked its hits very well and defeated it with Earthquake at turn 36, as Koraidon killed it in return before dying to the Terry Fairy Ho-Oh.
So you see, Skimmy was betting on the fact that it wouldn't be unaware Clodsire, because that's pretty uncommon.
It is very uncommon. You see a lot of water absorbs running around because Kyogre. But Unaware Sire just worked very well against the Terraform.
That also kind of means that, outside of Blissey, this team is kind of Kyogre weak.
Yeah, kind of is, to be honest.
Dang, we should have brought Kyogre.
You should have brought Kyogre. Ainscred brought Stall, so he's got that covered. He's got that well covered against you. So poor Skimmy lost to some of them hacks, but really it was just Ainscrad's team that kind of put the pressure on him, but also those hacks.
Yeah, but also this MU is garbage.
It was very unwinnable for Skimmy. And, yeah. That was one of
And Ho-Oh dying made it a lot worse.
It really did. It really put a dent in your team and really stopped your momentum early as a frick. Alright, next up we have the first of our OU games. Tenebrasite versus Maverick Shooters. A game which was, I was very excited for this game because it's two very, well, I want to say at the time very good OU players, but no, it's two still very good OU players battling it out in kind of a hype matchup for me because I'm a big fan of both. So, when this game actually happened though, why do I leave feeling cross?
Because
Go on, I'm waiting.
No, just get to it. Just explain the game.
Okay, so both set up hazards very early on, as Goldango paralyzed the Samurott Hisui with the Thunder Wave, losing to a Hex by turn 14 after it tanked its Sucker Punch. Very well, too. And then we saw Goldango...
Not gonna lie, why did we allow it to Sucker Punch us, man?
You thought you could have preserved it?
Yeah.
You could have preserved the health of Goldango? It would have been very beneficial.
I mean, if we're calling a Sucker Punch, we have like...
Recover?
We have like a Dragonite, we have a Tinglu.
Oh, you could have switched out and maybe preserved its health. I get it. And then, we saw turn 22 and 23, we saw the Goldango special defense. The Shadow Ball actually did some special defense work, and it got to hit the special defense drop twice consecutively against both the Tinglu and the Garganacl. Tinglu was then sacked to Terra Normal, and Terra Normal Gliscor, and defeated Deoxys. Then we saw Goldango defeat the Gliscor, as Zamazenta healed off paralysis by resting on turn 42 against Dragonite, who was roosting to keep it as multi-scale. However, it got encored by the Terragrass Ogerpon, who killed Clefable before dying to Dragonite.
Oh god, wait. You mentioning the Terragrass Ogerpon made me remember exactly... made me remember what happened in this game, and
The Terragrass Ogerpon then died. So after the Dragonite...
Why did it spike? Why did he keep spiking? Yes,
Turn
45. Why did he spike a second time?
I wonder
Cudgel
why...
was free!
Cudgel
was free!
I wonder why he did that. I really wonder why he decided to spike there when an Ivy Cudgel was imminent and effectively would have killed that Clefable.
Yeah, there was no reason.
I mean, he still got to hit it, but, that would have been a perfect, 2-hit KO once he hit the Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, and Ogerpon would have came out of that on full health.
full health, tanking an ice spinner, taking an ice spinner from Dragonite, and
Possibly, yeah.
and yeah, could have preserved that Ogre Pond well enough, Mav. So
Could have not spiked a second time.
you dope. So that
No,
was.
I don't think you understand how much my team was raging when we saw him
Why
spike
did we-
a second time. We're like,
Chat.
what is he doing?
Chat,
We
why
were
did you
screaming,
spike?
What is he doing?
Chat, why did
Aura
you
farming,
spike?
that's what he's doing.
Aura he was the Sung Jinwoo. Okay, so Mav's Dragonite killed the Tenebrosite's Dragonite in return with E-Speed after Garganacl died. Then Zamazenta came in and set up the Iron Defense, set up against the Dragonite, and then killed both it and Goldango for Tenebrosite to win. Any other?
On top of that, when we let Ogerpon die, it was just over.
Yeah, I was gonna say, any other violent reactions? You have violent reactions.
Like, you needed that to prevent the Zamazenta from sweeping.
If he only just preserved his Ogerpon and went for the kill for Clefable, then Zamazenta wouldn't have had this endgame. Yikes.
Like, come on, Maverick, you faced this team twice already. You know that's a Resto Chesto Iron Defense, buddy. Press Zamazenta.
Has he been successful, though, against the past 2 times he's fought this team?
Once yes, once no.
So he's 1-1, so he's 50-50. Okay.
This was the Doug Trio is broken team, Mikoi.
I'm aware. Now you have said it in the chat, I am aware that is the Doug Trio is broken. Apparently, you should rename that to Zamazenta is broken. That team specifically, not Dougie himself. Alright, so next up we have the other OU game. This one was a game you're actually proud of. Mikey Mon versus Pixel Bob.
Mikey's kind of goated, not gonna lie.
He is your secret OU powerhouse. Like, Mikey Mon actually played this super well, despite bringing Sun, but he still played this well. So
that's why he's goated. He won with Sun.
So let's start off with the fact that the Terra Fairy Slow King came into play very early on, blocking the Walking Wake's Dragon Pulse.
Not gonna lie, I think Pixel Bob just kind of lost to Venusaur the moment he terra'd his Slow King.
Yeah, I get trying to, poison the Walking Wake, but there's a Venusaur that's ready to kill your ass if you're not careful. Everything just kind of dies to Venusaur once it gets going here. So, Landorus killed a Tren on turn 9 before dying to Cerulege's Bitterblade, who then died to Kyurem. Very haphazardly died to Kyurem as well. Slowking then got poisoned, dying on turn 17, as Zamazenta killed Ninetales, who set up Sun, so Venusaur can just set up and Terrafire on turn 22, just OHKOing Zamazenta, and just sweeping the rest. Mikey Mon won the game very easily. Any other thoughts?
I get why Pixel Bob terrored the Slow King, but I don't think he thought ahead very much on of how bad that could be later.
It was saving up for the long game, and that's why Mikey Mon proved himself very goated in this game, and using that Sun offense to his full potential. So well done. That was the first, by the way. That was the first of what I like to call the setup to win games, because that was a running trend this week. That was a running trend a lot this week, that, Mons were used to set up and sweep a lot. resulting in very short games, like very short games on this week's part, but still kind of bullshit. So speaking of bullshit, oh we gotta talk about Yu-Yu. We gotta talk about Yu-Yu. Piyush versus Dunox. Ugh.
I want to kill myself. Piyush 2025.
Okay, so turn 2. We saw Gastrodon dodge Heatran's Magma Storms as Deoxys defeated it in return but was burned, while Slowking boosted Gastrodon's special attack to be poisoned on turn 15 as the Hydrapple critted the Skarmory on turn 26. First of many bullshit that happened. Hydreigon then missed his Thunder Wave attempt at the Tornadus. It was the perfect get-up. Tornadus was going to attack. Hydreigon was going to paralyze it. But it missed. Which led to Tornadus Focus Blasting to kill the Hydreigon. And then Thunderous killed Gastrodon before dying to the Hydrapple. It did Giga Drain. Meowscarada Terra Dart to kill the Deoxys with a Sucker Punch. That was nice. Then Slowking warred with Skarmory for a little while, crit killing it with Scald on turn 50 as Meowscarada finished off Scizor and before nearly knocking out the Terra Fairy Hydrapple before dying to it, winning Dunox this close game. Any other violent reactions you may have?
Dunox played ass.
Whoa, you disagree with Piyush saying you played amazing?
Mikoi, that's called sarcasm.
Wow. Even I didn't get the sarcasm.
It's sarcasm. It's literally sarcasm.
I mean, Dunox was self-aware that it was an awful one. It was close, but it was, it was pretty awful. That Thunder...
Yes, Piyush played that much better. And, it's telling. It's quite telling. Because you saw the sheer amount of bullshittery that Dunox got, and he still almost lost.
He did nearly choke this awful game.
In fact, it basically came down to a game of guess the Terra type. That's how he won.
Yeah. The Hydrapple was indeed Terra Fairy. Such an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, it was either Steel or Fairy. If it was Fairy, well, good game. If it was Steel,
Potential?
Well, we kill it if it's Steel with knockoff. If it's Fairy, we kill it with triple Axle. However, it's more likely to be Steel than Fairy most of the time, so...
When you revealed the Fairy, it was game over.
Yes.
Ah, well, poor Piyush. He got fucked over quite hard. Alright, next up on the...
Especially with the whole Skarmory versus Slowking part of the game. That was actually terrible for Dunox.
It was a crit kill in your favor, so I guess good job there.
Yeah, that was the only thing Piyush got, but that wasn't even right on Dunox. That wasn't good.
That wasn't a good play, yeah.
No, just letting the Skarmory repeatedly get scalded.
Until it got crit.
It's not good.
Until it got crit and lost. Okay.
Not even just that. It's just he was basically allowing Piyush to come back into the game by doing this.
He gave him a chance. He gave him a fighting chance. Alright, next up on the bullshittery list, are you? Taking notes kinda versus Rs9.
Okay, sometimes you just have a terrible matchup versus something and you lose.
Was this the game that cost you the week?
No.
No? Okay. Didn't exactly play a part in it. So, are you?
I believe this is the game that got us to, 2-6.
2-6. Yeah, so it was the game that basically made the Fidos unlosable.
Yes.
Alright, so Mew burned Golurk, who survived a poltergeist, on 1% to set up the hazards, allowing Mammoth.
I wonder if that was a roll.
I kind of wonder if that was a roll. I really kind of wonder that. Allowing Mamoswine to kill it, while Weezing removed the hazards. And then, turn 9, we saw the Gengar disable the Moonblast from Gardevoir. However, got killed by the Volcanion, who was sacked to Lycanroc. As Registeel, Terra ghosted on turn 13, losing its leftovers though to a Mamoswine before killing it on turn 18. Then Noivern killed the Slitherwing with a Draco Meter.
I'm gonna check something real quick regarding this game. I'm gonna check the team Arse loaded.
Oh, the Weezing had Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, not gonna lie. I think instead of defogging the hazards away, he probably should have Will-O-Wisp that thing.
Would have gave him a much better chance. Yeah.
It would have allowed Weezing to survive another turn to either pain split and then defog. Yeah, Will-O-Wisp, I think, was the better play there, not defog.
Yeah, okay. I believe you. Then, Registeel, Lycanroc, sorry, we're at turn 23. Lycanroc Terra fighting on turn 23 to beat the Registeel with a nice Stone Edge and then eventually an Accelerock. And just sweeping the rest of Rs9's team, winning TNK this game. Good win for TNK, I guess.
Yeah, although matchup did also suck, especially versus Mamoswine.
Mamoswine was kind of threatening to Rs9's team. That was bad. Alright.
Yeah, we needed to Will-O-Wisp that thing.
Lycanroc? Yeah. Alright.
Not only to neutralize it, but to not die to it. It's for a Weezing to not die to it or have a chance of dying to it.
Right. Alright, next up we have the NU Goats battling it out as Acid versus Shingineer happened. Was this the game that cost you the week?
I think it was.
Okay. This was a weird game, all things considered, though. Chandelure burned Muck, resting it off as Kilowattrel critted the Klefki back on turn 5, dying to a crit Scale Shot back from Flygon at turn 21. As you can see, that first crit made it so that, Shingineer basically had the advantage by losing its Kilowattrel, or removing Kilowattrel.
Yeah, us losing our Kilowattrel was not good.
Then Mulk poisoned the Poliwrath as Vileplume activated Shingineer's Kilowattrel's competitive, by doing the strength sap.
Yeah, I think this was the biggest slap in the face of the game. You wanna know why?
Why?
Because that means we, with our own Kilowattrel, could have been thunderbolting Shengineer's Kilowattrel.
Yeah. How did not?
Instead of just air slash it, nah, we could have been thunderbolting that thing.
If you had scouted it out and have Vileplume strings out the Kilowattrel to make it reveal competitive, then yes, while Kilowattrel was still alive, Acid could just thunderbolt the Kilowattrel right then and there, but unfortunately, that's not how it played out. Engineer scouted it out and kept his Kilowattrel set very much hidden so that the reveal comes later after it died.
Not really? That's not really how it works, because, usually you can't self-activate competitive at will.
Well,
it's not like he was actively choosing to hide it.
Well, he baited him into it. He baited him into revealing, here's my trump card. Maybe
yes.
Should have done that by now. So yeah. Turn 30, we saw the Bronzong being killed by that Kilowattrel. Monkey Dory beat the muck before dying to that Chandelure. Then we saw the Chandelure Terragrassing, but lost to Flygon's Scale Shot, who then Terra Dragon to tank Aquajet to kill the Tauros. Chandelure finishing off Vileplume for Shingineer to win.
There were parts of this that were a little unfortunate, but I guess we also didn't play right, and losing the Kilowattrel was so bad.
Alright, next up we have Esteban versus West Papillon and PU. Okay, so Pap versus Esteban and PU. First off, we have Rotom burning the Golurk. That's the second motherfucking game in a row that something had to burn a Golurk. As Florges tricked on turn 6 to gain heavy duty boots. Then nothing really of the sort happened for a long time until turn 22, when Scrafty got to poison the Mudsdale, as Rotom came back to beat Golurk with an overheat. Then Slowbro poisoned the Scrafty on turn 36 with the former Terra Watering and killing it, Esteban sacking the Altaria, while Pap sacked the Espeon for Terra Fairy Whimsicott to come in and kill the Mudsdale on turn 43. Then Slowbro died to a Volt Switch, as Whimsicott failed to break the Florges and died eventually to its Moonblast on turn 50, leaving Esteban's Rotom to kill Paps, winning the game for Esteban.
See, I just think Pap didn't play this one too well.
No, it was kind of clear that Esteban had the momentum up.
I remember Team Chat saying that the Terra Fairy on Whimsicott was a bit poorly timed.
Poorly timed, huh?
Yes.
Why was that?
I don't know. They were just saying, okay, I wouldn't have terrored that turn.
Could have maybe preserved that for a different turn?
It's possibly, or maybe terra something else even.
Alright.
I don't know enough about PU to know exactly what needed to be done.
Alright, fair enough. Well, good win for Esteban regardless. Alright. Everyone's probably gonna clamor about, this is the greatest game ever made. This is probably the most generational game ever made. LC, I gotta talk about this. This one really pissed me off the most. because it legitimately sometimes I had to play the part in it, and I got really frustrated when it actually happened, and so yeah.
It was me versus Stories to begin with. All I did was expect it would be Greedy because he's their LC starter.
And lo and behold, he actually did get to play, and it was against you. What a horrible game this is. What a horrible game this is. I mean, okay. You want to explain yourself as I go through this game?
I guess I could attempt to.
Okay. So, first off, we have Minfu removing Impidemp's item as its set reflect. Which
is fine.
Which is fine. Then Vullaby sets up the nasty plot with a boosted speed via Shelter's Rock Blast, Terra ghosting, and then ultimately crit OHKOing Shelter on turn 4.
I don't think that mattered. I think it was a pretty high chance to kill.
No, which was fair. Which was fair because Shelter is very frail, and you have a boosted Vullaby. Which makes
Shelter
sense.
is frail in special defense, not physical.
Yeah, well, it's frail in this scenario. Then we saw turn 7 where the Endure Vullaby endured Shelter's Icicle Spears, but died to Brave Bird Recoil as Minfu sets up, well, after, of course, the Minfu, Greedy's own Vullaby died, I mean. Alright, then we get to turn 13. And so it begins, right? The Minfu substitute Swords Dance. However, you lost your Terra by that point. Which means...
Yeah.
Couldn't have Terra Steel to at least mitigate some sort of the attacks here.
Which is regrettable, I know.
So that threw me for a loop. So, but you still got to kill the Fungus with a high jump kick, so fair enough on that part. So after that died, you have Torchakir, who killed the Gloomet. So it grounded and killed the Gloomet on turn 18. And then
I was expecting that, to be honest. I sent that out because I'm like, if it's Terra Ground, I'm dead, but I get a free switch-in and a free chance to set up screens. If it's not Terra Ground, well...
That would be very interesting to see.
If it's not Terra Ground, bye-bye, Torchic.
Which would have been fun to see, but then again, there's your matchup, Nummel being weak to ground, and Minfu just not really tanking this well, but at least you still got the screen mans here. Still got Impidem to set up the screens, which is good. Getting to at least live on some sort of attacks. And then, Nummel came in, set up stockpile, and then you tried stalling out the Mudbray. You really tried to...
Not gonna lie, at first I was thinking that I just set up to max and then start body pressing, but then I'm realizing,
has stamina.
Earthquake? No, not that. Oh wait, Earthquake does a bit much. I don't like how much it's doing.
Yeah, one bad crit and it would have been over for this Nummel.
So basically that forces me into a position where rather than willingly stalling, I have to stall to make sure I'm not in range of anything bad.
And your chat was... Well, it was okay, at least in this portion of the game. It was necessary for you because you had to PP stall all the Earthquake and the Stone Edge from Earthquake, removing all the PP there.
Well, I didn't need to stall out all the Stone Edge.
Oh, the Stone Age, yeah. But you had to PP stall that. And then...
Just the earthquake, not the Stone Age.
Okay. Then you did the unthinkable. You actually got the crit kill with body press on turn 46.
I was actually not happy about that.
Why is that?
Because I wanted to be healthier.
You could have been healthier for against Torchic, right?
Yeah, I wanted my health to be as high as possible.
Yeah, because Torchic was in the back. It was, getting ready.
Torchic scared me.
Yeah.
Though I was under the impression it was good, it did more than it actually does. Because, yeah, this is kind of what happens when I don't get to test prior. I don't remember what my spreads are, and CalcDex tells me something that's untrue.
Yeah.
CalcDex telling me that Terra Ground, Torchic, Terra Blast to my +4 Eviolite Numal does 36 to 45.
That's bad. That 3-hit KOs, like, cleanly. Didn't need the crit.
Or 2-hit KOs if high rolls.
If it high rolls twice, then yeah, it would have been a 2-hit KO.
Apparently those numbers were not accurate.
Okay, which is fair.
In my case, 36 is the absolute maximum it does, whereas the absolute minimum is like 13.
Which is fair. Okay. So everyone...
No, actually, that's a crazy range. What is up with that?
So these fuckers were talking about crits. So there's the crit. And I said the absolute poetry because, Greedy was chancing for the crit Nummel to happen. But then you got the crit in return, which ultimately cost you dearly, Pokeart, in the long run.
Are we talking about Mudbray crit?
The Mudbray dying to a crit.
Yeah, not like that mattered much, because, all that really would have given Greedy is
a free switch.
More chances to crit with Stone Edge.
Mm-hmm. So...
And, no guarantee he's gonna do that.
Yeah, he was chancing.
And, it's Stone Edge. He's gonna miss half of them anyway.
So, after that, 4 turns later, you were setting up, you rested it off, Greedy has the Terra Ground here, and Terra blasted a lot. You calc this, as you mentioned earlier, that the calcs are 36%, which was not good. What was even not gooder was me actually saying, watch this actually get the crit. And then turn 50 happens. You got crit in return. And everyone is basically a cyberbully at this point, including me, because I said it. I said, watch this actually get the crit. So I was not off the leash. So everyone was laughing. Everyone was basically crying foul. Your chat was basically raging, like, why did you rest?
Because I didn't know better. So I overthink things sometimes, and when I'm not practiced with the team and relying a bit on CalcDex, I can overthink things from the completely incorrect angle, which is basically what happened.
And that's...
I also kind of forgot I still had my Eviolite.
You did. Did you not think that you had your Eviolite on? Because...
Also, I kind of forgot I outsped Meanfu at the moment.
Oh, right.
I thought...
So you did Flame Charge.
I was still scared of Torchic, and I thought if I didn't kill Meanfu, then between Fake Out and High Jump Kick, What if I am in range of a high roll from Terrablast Torchic? Again, those numbers weren't accurate, though.
So yeah, we can blame CalcDex. We can legit blame CalcDex on giving you the wrong calculations in order to effectively win against this Torchic, which really sucked. Yeah, Greedy won.
So yeah, I didn't think he'd switch out and sack Torchic, but apparently that's what he was trying to do.
Wow. Alright. That would have changed things if that Torchic died.
Yeah, he was intending on having me kill his Torchic with Body Press and then aiming to crit with Meanfu.
That would have been really interesting to see. I wonder.
So I didn't think that. I obviously didn't know that was what he was going to do. So I thought that he was just going to attack me with Meanfu, and I just thought, I mean, you're not going to do very much, but I'm a little scared of how much damage Torchic can do. So I'll just rest up again. Why not? Also, technically, no guarantee Greedy actually wins without the crit that ultimately killed Numal, because, like I said, the range was 13.8, I believe, to like 36, which is what it did the first time.
Yeah.
So if it gets like medium rolls after that,
it's like 13. Which you would have been in a position where you were still
pretty sure I still win in that case.
You had to depend on the min roll. You had to depend on the bare minimum for that Torchic to basically do you in with the Terrablast, but not fully. But so you would be able to kill it in return. Okay. So basically, y'all are cyber bullies. Rio Vidal versus Royal Reloaded in, what was this? Monotype. I even forgot the tier.
Yeah, because what other tier would Rio Vidal and Royal Reloaded be playing in BLT? I wonder.
LC. Ranbats. So, Fairy versus Flying. First off, we have Clefable, who knocked off the Landorus' Choice Band, who eventually killed both Hatrine and Clefable before Fluttermane killed it, while Iron Valiant was toxic to Gliscor, who kept sub-stalling, and eventually toxic the Fluttermane on turn 15, which killed Tornadus. Then Azumarill set up the belly drum.
Us losing our Hatterene early kind of sucks when there's Gliscor.
Really does. Then we saw turn 22, we saw the Azumarill set up the belly drum. While it did get to Oko the Moltres, which was a good time, Flame Body decided to activate and burn your Azumarill, or you're eventually dying to the Moonblast, and Maroon forfeited.
Oh wait, I just realized that Rio Vidal may have misplayed in a sense.
Really? Where?
I just realized turn 2 sending out Hatterene to Landorus. I get you probably were expecting rocks, but at the same time, that is a Bando Lando.
Yes, I mean it got to knock off the Bando Lando, but still it was kind of shitty that you let that Hatterene take as much damage as it did, and killed this and let Fluttermane instead kill the stupid Lando.
Like, I guess I get it. It covers for potential rocks and it does a fair bit of damage, but and we do have a Zoomerl for Gliscor, but yeah, we could no longer bounce the Toxics.
Yep, and thus losing your Magic Bounce attempt lets Gliscor just basically Toxic back and set up for free against your damn Mons. Eventually, like, poisoning the Iron Valiant, which would have been pretty useful to use had it not been toxic. But unfortunately, things didn't pan out that way, and Rio Vidal forfeited after Azumarill got gypped.
By the way, you do understand that if Azumarill wasn't burned, it was most likely a reverse sweep, right?
Yes, it was. Alright, doubles OU, Luisin versus Sea Life. Okay.
Now this was good.
Finally, right? Finally, something good out of Luis in games for once. Not to discredit the man, but like his games tend to be like overrun with so much hacks. Sometimes on his favor, sometimes not. Sometimes out of his control in comparison.
Mostly not in his favor.
Well, mostly not in his comparison. So it results in him getting gypped on quite a bit. So here, we have...
Is that your new favorite word?
What?
Is gypped your new favorite word?
Might be. Alright, so first off, we have the Meteor Beam Glamora defeating Sea Life's, however whirlwinded by Ting-Lu afterwards. And then Zarina got to crit kill said Ting-Lu in return on turn 2. Like I said.
By the way, that didn't matter.
Like I said, Sea Life kinda got gypped.
I said that didn't matter.
Well, okay. If
that was 252 adamant bandit Zarina. Do you think that could have possibly mattered?
Not really. Unless your Ting-Lu was Terra Poison and could survive a hit. Alright.
Well, look at that. It wasn't.
Well, okay. Then we get to your pretty cool Screamtail set. Where
the Screamtail.
Where Dragonite turn normal and Zarina blocked its E-Speed attempts for Zarina to reveal Rock Tomb. Yes, Rock Tomb.
Screamtail revealed it, not Zarina.
Yes, Screamtail revealed the Rock Tomb. Chen Pao died to it, and then Dragonite died to it. So,
So, in case you're wondering why the Screamtail has Rock Tomb...
It's a better Icy Wind. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, thing is, Screamtail doesn't actually learn Icy Wind.
No, that was your Tornadus who learned Icy Wind.
Yes.
Anyway, go on.
But basically, in Builder, we were thinking, let's use Screamtail. We'll use Icy Wind Screamtail plus Chi-Yu. But then we're like, wait, it doesn't learn Icy Wind.
Yep, it really doesn't. So your next best option.
So we're like, are there other? So we're looking. Are there other forms of speed control Screamtail can learn? There's Thunder Wave, there's Scary Face, and there's Rock Tomb.
And then...
So we put Rock Tomb.
Yeah, didn't have to think. Could have gone with an easy Thunder Wave, but no. Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb.
Rock Tomb.
It's better.
So, yeah. After a while, Sea Life saw the writing on the wall, and he forfeited in 8 turns. All because of a Screamtail's Rock Tomb. Alright.
Well, that wasn't... Well, it was, it had Encore, too. And that's very disruptive.
It is very disruptive. Alright,
You can probably guess some of the other moves.
Yeah. Psyshock. Anyway, next up we have Ranbats. The comeback kids were alive. First was Louisin, and then followed immediately, actually, MG versus Zozuawa. So, game 1, we saw Meloetta taking out the Regidrago along with himself, while Flareon, again, you will only see this in Ranbats, not anywhere else. Flareon took out the Palkia Origin on turn 6, as Flapple was sacked to Quaquaval, and Flareon managed to beat the Lilligant. And then again, you only see this in Ranbats and nowhere else. Sunflora, setting up the sun. Terra firing not before Okoing a freaking Sawsbuck under sun, and beating the Beartick, leaving only the Quaquaval a low Quaquaval at that, to die to Sunflora's Solar Beam. Sunflora! Deciding the end of a game.
Yeah, I mean, that's Rand's.
Really?
Sunflora hits like crazy hard, because
But it's Sunflora.
That thing is level 100, I think.
But it's Sunflora.
Yeah, that thing's level 100.
But it's Sunflora. It's Sunflora.
Yeah, but it's so high level that its attacks are gonna hit real damn hard.
It's fucking Sunflora. Okay. Then game 2. We saw Squawkabilly missing an early Brave Bird against the Scovillain on turn 1. And Scovillain would have been died. But no. Azumarill then missed its play rough against the Sylveon on turn 3 before Regice eventually killed the Scovillain before dying to said Sylveon. And then the bullshit doesn't stop there, because poor Zozoa had to contend with their own mons rather than itself. Sudowoodo missed its head smash on the Sylveon. Sylveon just friggin'...
That was a banned Sudowoodo, I'm pretty sure, which means it would have killed.
It would have killed. Sylveon, though, said, you gon' miss, bruh, and actually dodged it. For frick's sake, Sylveon. And then, Sylveon wasn't stopped there. It then crit killed the motherfucking Torkoal before dying eventually to the Squawkabilly. And then, MG pulled out, after Azumarill died, after Golurk died to Azumarill, MG then decides to pull out God. Arceus flying was then revealed, setting up the Calm Mind, and used Judgment against the Squawkabilly, killing it before Zozoa forfeited.
Yeah, we were starting to get worried at, let's see, when was this? We were starting to get worried around turn 22.
Why? Because there's a Squawkabilly?
Because there's Squawkabilly, there's the Azumarill, and well, we had a Tatsugiri, which that's not going to take care of the Azumarill. We don't know what else we have in the back, and then we see MG throw out God, and we're like, oh, okay, this is over.
God just wins all, and Arceus flying showed its dominance yet again. Alright, so MG won.
For the second time this week, ironically.
For second what? Second time this week?
Wait, no, not this week. Sorry. What I was just thinking of is a game that happened in week 6.
So MG won. Again, well done. MG is what? 3-0. He's undefeated. This man is undefeated. Didn't play all the weeks.
Yeah, he's 3-0 right now.
He's undefeated, but he didn't play all the weeks. Weak.
I'm a little scared about this week, though.
Weak. Alright. Next up, we have National Decks. And I told you, motherfuckers. I told you that an upset was going to happen. And Tempo di Anguria actually managed to beat Silu. I told you,
He's
motherfuckers.
just goated like that.
I told you, motherfuckers. I told you that Tempo was gonna big boy his way into beating Silu, and look what happened. All right.
Yeah, and now I think Tempo and Silu
are tied.
They might have the best Natdex records right now.
Yeah, both have.
Wait, there's also Rahul.
There is Rahul, yeah. So yeah, Tempo is working up there. He's currently tied with Silu and Rahul as not only the record, but also like pretty much one of the best Natdex players. So well done, Tempo there. But again, well done, Tempo here. So we have Clefable tricking the Ferrothorn before the Groundium Z Great Tusk appeared, defeated it on turn 8 before dying to poison. And then, the
Groundium Z Great Tusk was a great ring by Tempo because, like, no one uses that.
No one does use that, so you just.
So Silu was not expecting it.
It was he did say counter team. It was a CT.
Well, you see that that's a thing we call prep.
We actually do prep. It's called preparation. Something you Rufflet should absolutely take advice this week after the No John bullshit attempt that you made last week. So.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, I mean, we did say that we would kill Maverick shooters if he tried to No
We'll get to that. Okay, so, Zapdos managed to confuse Landorus via Hurricane on turn 18 as Mega Medicham killed it whilst being toxic, killing Toxapex on turn 31. And Ghost Combated to kill Melmetal. Just Mega Medicham in and of itself was a great bring. I mean, I know your chat was going crazy about it's Cham time. And yeah, Mega Medicham proved his worth.
I don't think anyone was in the chat for Tempo's game.
Oh. Well,
I'm sad to say.
Well, you guys in the chat, when you were prepping, you were like, it's Cham time, and I was very curious on how you're going to utilize Mega Medicham.
Oh wait, did you look in that chat? Is that where you're getting that from?
Yeah, I might have taken a peek.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's Cham time, and Mega Medicham was very greatly utilized here. I'm very, very proud of Tempo here.
Yeah, it was definitely the call this week.
It was the MVP. And then Weavile broke the Kyurem sub with triple axle, killed it, of course, before Megalopony was left, and fortunately got paralyzed by Zapdos' static until Silu eventually forfeited because he can't take all this bullshit. He can't take all this hacks. He got hacked.
Well, you see, we also just brought a really good team into him. But anyways, now you understand why Silu was actually holding off on Mega Evolving Lopunny for a while.
He Mega Evolved at the last second to prove his worth.
Do you know why he wasn't Mega Evolving it prior?
Why is that? Could you tell for the layman's?
How about you hover over Lopunny, non-Mega Lopunny, and tell me what abilities you see?
Scrappy and...
No, I said non-Mega Lopunny.
No, not Scrappy. I'm trying to remember it out of the top of my head more than, freaking...
Just go back some turns and hover over it.
Cute Charm, Klutz, and Limber.
You see what I'm getting at?
No, explain.
Limber.
Limber! You were avoiding...
You literally see it and it doesn't click. But when I simply say limber, now it clicks.
Yes, it does click now that you said limber. It's going down, and it's not limber. So...
But it was limber.
Well, it was limber until it wasn't, and Zapdos took advantage of it.
Yep.
So, well done to Tempo.
Because unfortunately, he had no choice but to Mega Evolve it after that point. Because if he doesn't outspeed Weavile, and that's a problem.
That is a problem. All right.
Also,
what?
I don't think that the static ultimately mattered much because it's not as though Frustration 2-hit KO Zapdos. It's a 3-hit KO.
Okay.
And it has Roost.
I mean, fair enough.
And it has Hurricane. All it needs to do is hit one Hurricane and that Lopunny's dead.
Yeah, and yeah.
And now it might not even need to. Like if that Weavile has Ice Shard, if the Medicham has Fake Out. That Lopunny is keeping any and all damage it takes, unless it has Drain Punch or something. It's keeping all that.
It's sustained death.
So yeah, even if I don't think we even needed to hit a Hurricane or use Hurricane to win, because we don't get 2-hit KO'd, but we don't get 2-hit KO'd by Frustration. Weavile might have some priority. Medicham does have priority.
Ice Shard.
We could just win by whittling it.
Yeah, you just chip it. You just chip it heavily, and then eventually, Mega Lopunny would have been neutered. Ultimately neutered. All right.
Let me see. Weavile had Ice Shard.
Weavile did have Ice Shard.
I don't think static mattered.
I was right. Excuse me. Why did the sync eventually turn on? Alright, so that was that. Next up we have the Cinnabar Charizards beating Scream. Will the Charizards ever stop?
They did last week, or week 4.
Week four. Will the Charizards ever stop? I mean, they're pretty much locked. I think personally, they're pretty much locked for playoffs. But
they literally are.
Okay, good. Because they've been performing well, and last week was another showing, but there was some bullshit that happened. We'll get to it. So, first off, we have Ubers. Zoe Cafe beating Zyote. This one had an interesting team, although not a very well liked one. Zyote's team was pretty weird.
Zyote had an interesting team.
Yeah, it was
but it kind of sucked.
It was a weird team. Okay? And we didn't like it. I wasn't a big fan of it. So it was...
I didn't like it either. So I don't really play Ubers, but even I was like...
That's a bad
the
team.
hell is that?
What the hell is Gothitelle doing here? So... yeah.
What is Gothitelle supposed to do?
I mean, yeah, I guess it would if it meant trapping mons, then I would guess that would be the case, but
it is trapping mons, but what is it trapping and why?
Koraidon can just, kill it with U-turn or just anything. You got Arc Dark potential. Hell, fucking Rabombi. Would have been a
And we never found out what it's supposed to do because it just died.
So, Rabambi.
I wonder if it was for Eternatus. Because
maybe.
Because if in theory it's like Shadow Tag with Calm Mind and Stored Power and Rest, then that is a great set for like Toxic Eternatus.
But Pokeart, there's a Hatterene.
Yeah, you think a Hatterene is beating like an Eternatus with Sludge Bomb?
Yeah, there's a Hatterene that could one-shot Eternatus for all I care.
Hatterene ain't beating that. Especially an offensive one.
It's got a great special attack stat.
And besides, it's not that the Hatterene is here to bounce back the poison, because there's no point if the Eternatus can't. Because the only thing is that it stops one of your mons from getting poisoned. It doesn't really do anything bad to the opposing Eternatus. That's why I say if Gothitelle was like Calm Mind, Rest, and whatever one or two attacks it has, probably. Then that's pretty perfect for an Eternatus. And it basically allows it to set up for free, because, like,
Shadow Tag.
What's the Eternatus going to do for the most part?
Toxic it, maybe?
Well, it ain't gonna take that Toxic for long if it's Rest or something.
Yeah. Anyway.
But we don't know if that's what it was, and I'm curious, but I guess we'll never know.
So Rabambi tricked the Hatterene to obtain its eject button. Well, actually, no. Yeah, Rabambi activated its eject button because it was nuzzled. So...
Well, that's also true.
Zacian survived a judgment on turn 6 to kill the Arceus ground. Arceus Ghost, meanwhile, defeated the Gothitelle. And then Koraidon got set up, and Swords Dance and Oko the Rabambi, while Kyogre killed Terapagos with Deadly Water Spout, while Zoe's own Koraidon Swords Danced and defeated a trend with Iron Head. Now, I had a big tiff about Koraidon bringing Iron Head. Now, I've mellowed out because, Arceus Fairy exists, and other stuff exists.
Like Hatterene.
So,
or a lot of the time, things will be Terra Fairy to specifically counter Koraidon.
Yeah, which had Iron Head. Which, Iron Head does make sense. It just bothered me in the game.
And, a lot of the things that Terra Fairy to counter Koraidon aren't going to have a move that immediately kills it. So Terra Steel with Iron Head is actually fine, because then you have a way to deal with everything that doesn't counter it, as well as what it does counter it.
Yep, that makes sense.
It's a perfectly fine set.
So, turn 17, we saw the Zamazenta crit the Eternatus, and not only that, defense dropped Arceus twice on succeeding turns, mind you, to kill it with Crunch on turn 23 before it eventually died. Then Koraidon Terra Steeled, setting up and Swords Dance and Scale Shotted, killing the Zamazenta before defeating the Terrafire Koraidon and even crit killing the Kyogre with Low Kick to win Zoe Cafe this game.
That didn't matter, by the way.
I know it didn't. I didn't know it didn't. Because it's a freaking Kyogre losing to a physical attack.
+2 stab, 120 power physical attack.
Yeah.
From a Koraidon who has how much base attack exactly?
100?
135 base attack.
Ew. That's a disgusting attack. That's a disgusting attack stat for Grydon. Well done there.
Well, wait till you hear its base speed, which is the exact same.
That's why Koraidon's a physical sweeper, y'all. That's why it's the best physical sweeper in Ubers, I'd argue. Alright, next up we have Hacky Wacky beating Anafable. An OU.
Please never say that again.
Okay, Hacky Sacky. Then.
I don't know if that's better or worse. It's still bad.
Isn't Hacky Wacky like 5-0?
Yes, he's 5-0.
He's 5-0. Hacky Wacky is 5-0 and accept it. Alright. So, this game started off with Rabombi setting up webs before chipping Goldango before dying as Iron Moth subbed but got encored by Dragonite on turn 6, sacking Goldango to it in the process. Then we saw the Hatterene defeated Manaphy on turn 15. And then we saw some bullshit. Turn 17. We saw the Darkrai flinching this damn Goldango. And killed it. While it got to burn Dragonite in return, who terraflyinged and kill the Landorus. Then we saw the Dragonite and Darkrai finishing off the Great Tusk with the Ice moves, the Ice Spinner, and the Ice Beam to beat the Great Tusk in return to win Hacky Wacky this gamey.
Could you please stop that?
I'm in a mood, Pokeart. You can't stop me.
But I can ask you to.
Hacker won, putting him into a 5-0. OU Hacker is working wonders. Good job, Hacky Wacky.
Oh, God, please, enough.
Okay. Next up, we have OU. Cave versus Kashba. Right. So, we have Cave versus Kashba, and Kashba brought Chansey.
Well, is that really so odd for Keshba?
I guess not really, but, if a team kinda needs a bulky Stallman, Chance is the right guy. Like, got the pink blood that's just ready and willing and able to do it. So, we have Keshba. Keshba, who won the Ogerpon Speed Tie, knocking off the Dragonite's heavy-duty boots on turn 17, until both Ogerpons died in succession on both turn 31 and 32. Not really much happened in this game from the first 30 or so turns. It really only got good after the second half. Much like movies nowadays. So,
Well, yeah, because obviously you're not going to have an exciting climax in the first half of a movie, usually.
Yeah.
You need to build to it.
And sometimes movies do absolutely shit the bed with it. So, Petulant poisoned the Zamazenta, killing it as King Gambit tanked Great Tusk's attack with Shuka Berry on turn 37 to kill it with a low kick. A Shuka Berry King Gambit. LOL. So, Enamorous was Terra grounded to crit kill the Slow King on turn 45, which, to be honest, didn't matter.
I'm gonna guess that did matter, though.
Which would be very unfortunate, as you know, Slow King could absolutely beat the Petulant and poison the Chansey a lot. Also, frigging Great Tusk could have been poisoned. Alright, so.
It was Boot Slow King. Okay, so.
What's the calc?
So, based on the Moonblast damage, that Slow King may not have been a specially bulky one.
It did only tank 21.
Yeah, but if it's the set that the calc gives, well, it does less than that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not especially bulky Slow King then, as you mentioned. You're right. So.
And I'm gonna lower the. Yeah, it may not have actually had any special defense investment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, with no special defense investment, but max HP, it does 18.7 to 22, that damage did fall into the range of.
Yeah, that was the roll.
So Earth Power does a fair bit then.
What? Okay, Terra Ground and Amorous, okay? Remember that.
Base Earth Power without the Terra Ground, nearly 2-hit KOs.
Oh. How much? How much, actually, specifically?
It says it does 47.2 to 55.8.
Oh, that's actually pretty large. Okay, so it might not have mattered then.
Let's see, and if I Terra Ground this, oh my, that's a lot.
Yeah, so it didn't matter at all. Didn't matter that the crit happened.
Let's see. Did 79 to kill, and the range for Terra Ground, if the Slow King has 0 special defense, which honestly I don't know if it does, but Moonblast did 21, so it definitely doesn't have very much special bulk.
Okay.
So Terra Ground Earth Power, it says it does 70.5 to 83.7.
What? That's a really powerful Landorus. Enamorous then.
Yeah, Enamorous hits hard as hell. It has base 135 special attack. Did you know that?
I did know that. I knew that, and I thought it would do a lot, but not that a lot.
That may not be accurate because I don't know what the spread on this Slow King is. But it's not a Slow King with like max special bulk or anything.
Yeah, it's actually something that is like a weak specialty bulk.
No, it's probably more of a physically bulky Slow King.
Yeah, which is fair.
But yeah, I'd say there's a decent chance that the crit mattered, but it was still doing a lot.
Okay, fair enough. So, we have the Garganacle who Terra watered, killing the Great Tusk with the crit Iron Ice Punch, which did not matter in the slightest. He was sacking it after all. And then tanked the King Gambit's attacks to kill it, before dying to a crit Moonblast from Enamorous on turn 53. Are you gonna tell me that matters?
How much is Moonblast do? Oh. And how much is it doing with a crit? Let's see. Okay, maybe this isn't the right set because that seemed to do more with the crit than the calc is saying it does.
What do you mean?
Because unless that Anaris got a crit max roll, these numbers don't seem accurate.
Oh, so that Garganackle must have packed some special defense then.
No, more like the Calc may have this Garganackle at more special defense than this one had.
Oh, okay.
Only way it does that much in this case is if it crit max roll, but I think it's a pretty easy assumption that this is just not the correct set.
Okay. So what's our conclusion then? Did it matter or did it not?
I'd say it definitely did.
Okay. Well, and Amherst also crit killed the Dragonite at the end with Moonblast, so it was Cave getting critted on and, dying to crits.
Well, the crit on Dragonite, that definitely didn't matter.
Yeah, it did not matter, but, it was just bleh. Cave just died to crits a lot. Alright, next up is Yo-Yo. It took Fiend to do Yu again to beat the very, very good Seraph Z. And, fair enough. I gotta commend Fiend, for playing this to the absolute maximum. Also, the fact that,
Can I not commend Seraph? Because that's a team.
It's kind of just a team. I mean, it's very uncommon, but it had interesting sets to back it up. I will say that. But he actually had some pretty interesting sets to match his whack-ass team. So, first of all, we have the Entei, who revealed it had Mirror Herb.
Not even the first time we've seen that.
I mean, okay, it might have not been the first, but it definitely would have been cool. It would have been cool to see it actually working, because Entei had swagger. It tried to swagger the Latios. Chipped though by a flip turn, because it didn't get friggin' lucky with that. Also, it just loses to unaware Skeledirge here, so what's the point? So,
well, I don't know about lose. I mean, a lot of Enteis, they can carry, they can carry, Stone Edge or Stomping Tantrum.
Skeledirge just beats it with Earth Power, I'd say. Then
is this an Earth Power Skeledirge?
Might have been.
We don't know if it's an Earth Power Skeledirge.
Might have
what
been.
Are you talking about?
I mean, might have been. It might have been an Earth Power Skeledirge if it was.
We don't know. Did this Skeledirge even come out? Yeah, it came out, but it didn't use a single move.
It just came out to just predict. Okay, so Superior.
It came out and got chipped at some point. That's all I'm getting from this end game preview.
So Superior set up the screens to let Manaphy kill the Tornadus with the Ice Beam on turn 10. Then Manaphy O-Code Excadrill before Deoxys Terra Stellar to defeat Entei with a Power Herb Meteor Beam. Then Superior was sacked, leading to Revavroom tanking a Deoxys Thunderbolt attempt to kill Skarmory with a Temper Flare on turn 17.
That Temper Flare did so much. Oh my god.
89% to a Skarmory. Never doubt the Revavroom.
What was that Skarmory spread that it did that much? Like, Oh my goodness.
Maybe it just
That is
invested.
so unexpectedly much.
Maybe it just focused on special defense instead of defense. Maybe.
It must have, because I mean, sure, it would probably do a lot normally, but that seems like a bit too much.
It did feel a bit too much. So then we have the Deoxys freezing the Thunderous on turn 18, then defeating it before the Terra flying Gyarados tried to set up a Dragon Dance. Ultimately, just couldn't outspeed the Terra Stellar Deoxys, losing his Gyarados before Seraph ultimately forfeited. Any other thoughts?
I liked Fiend's Terra Stellar Meteor Beam Deoxys.
It was kind of cool. So that's that. Next up, we have a long game. Ninja versus Just Franco in RU.
Oh yeah, I caught that one live. And was shocked by the result.
Yes. Ninja defeating Just Frankie Boy. What win post was that?
It was probably on page 3. It was one of the last games to happen.
Oh yeah, it was. His Dark Probs was the one who friggin' win posted for Ninja. Alright. This was a long game. So, Swampert was burned early on by the Wheezing Galar, while Gengar tricked Mach Alola to gain leftovers, who removed Fezzendipity's covert cloak, while Sableye missed a Will-O-Wisp on Cyclizar on turn 9. Then we saw Zapdos Terra-Fighting to beat the Quagsire on turn 26, while Chestnut Terra-Ghosted to counteract it. Fezzendippity then was burned to Wheezing on turn 41, who warred with Chansey for a good portion. This was a good long while of just Fezzendippity tried to chip the Chansey with Alluring Voice before Chansey ultimately did better damage with Seismic Toss. Died to its own burn at turn 61. Then we saw Chestnut body press the Gudra Hisui, who missed a Draco Meteor on turn 47, leaving Franco to forfeit because he was just getting MU'd pretty hard, lost, and forfeited.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the MU didn't seem very good, because how was Franco gonna break that? Like, break all of that?
He didn't have the tools. Also, he was playing very effectively in the first half, but the second half, when Fezzendippity warred with Chansey, I feel like a lot of Franco's momentum was just kind of off. Maybe he could have switched in Gudra better, or maybe he could have switched in not Zapdos. Zapdos would have been more preserved. So Cyclizar. But yeah.
I liked the bring of Protected Pad Zapdos,
That was
but
kind
I
of cool.
did not like the bring of Alluring Voice Fezzendippity, because, you're not doing anything with that.
Against a Chansey. Definitely not.
Well, it's not really meant to beat Chansey, but you're not doing much. You're doing very little with Alluring Voice.
Yep. So that kind of sucked for Franco in general. Franco's just had kind of a hard BLT. Poor guy. He isn't the Just Franco we once knew. Alright, so next up is NU, where we saw Big Tony doing the big boy strats and defeat Dark Probs. What do you think of this game?
Oh yeah, I remember this game. It was in when was it? It was a somewhat early game. It was a Thursday game.
It was a Thursday game, but what did you think of it?
Well, I was really thinking Tony would lose after a while.
But then something happened. Let's go through it.
Also, Dark Props' Terra did so little that I forgot he even terra'd.
So we saw the Terra Dragon Caparaja come early, actually, tanking the Typhlosion's eruption on turn 7, killing it later as Houndstone.
Choice Specs Eruption, by the way.
Yes, Choice Specs Eruption on turn 7, killing it later as Houndstone tanked the Flygon's Scale Shot to defeat it with Body Press. Then Tentacruel defeated Caparaja before dying to its own burn at turn 15, as Houndstone pain-splitted the Cinccino. Well, got encored by it. Well, but the Cinccino eventually Terra Ghosted to remove its item before getting burned. Then Bronzong defeated Shaman on turn 37. Then Sylveon wished before dying to its Heavy Slam, healing the Houndstone before it killed Flamigo to win the game for Big Tony.
It was actually a very... I'm pretty sure Dark Probs won if the Heavy Slam did not kill.
Really?
Yes, because then it would have gone to that because then the wish wouldn't have healed. It wouldn't have healed Houndstone. It would have healed
Sylvie.
It would have healed Sylveon. And the main thing here is that because Houndstone got to heal, that is what won Big Tony the game.
Yeah. Had the Bronzong not just died, just killed the Sylveon, then Dark Probs maybe could have just won with Bronzong, and eventually Flamigo would just finish it off. But nope. You gave Tony an out.
No, then again, let's see. I mean, Sylveon outspeeds the Bronzong, so... No, actually, I think all Dark Props needs to do is just, Psychic Noise it a bit, and then kill it with Heavy Slam.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever, but... Yeah, basically you need to just make sure Sylveon isn't able to get a wish up before it dies.
Or else it would have been screwed. Alright, next up we have PU. Drud. We've defeated Lore in a Dud game. So this game was interesting. It was an interesting game. So here we go. Balor, he subbed up after, the Zoro arc missed a Focus Blast on turn 1. Lore then subbed up and burned Altaria on turn 7 with the Infernal Parade, who eventually, after a good while of nothing really happening, turn 30, we saw the Altaria manage to bite back and burn the Milotic, activating its competitive, not Marvel scale, competitive by defogging hazards. Then hazed away the boots with his own Milotic.
I'm pretty sure competitive is the more common ability for Milotech.
Marble scale? Don't you want your Milotech to be bulky?
I mean, sure, but I don't know. I don't play PU, but I think I've seen competitive a fair bit on Milotech.
Okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. I mean, I'm not complaining about the fact.
I wouldn't know how many are marble scale because it's only something you see effective if it's status, and ideally you don't want it to be status.
Yes, you're right. You're right. So yeah, the Milotic player there was stellar. Then we saw the Venusaur kill the Sandslash Alola with Earth Power, so that's fine. Venusaur then eventually killed the Milotic with the Leaf Storm, while Altaria missed the Will-O-Wisp chance to be killed by the Rhydon on turn 48, who was then sacked to Zoroa after a hard switch on turn 55. Then we saw the Zoroark kill the Typhlosion Hisui as Venusaur eventually finished off Palmot, and the Terra Poison Diplin to Terra Ground and Earth Power this boy to win Druid this game, this very long game. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
Good win for Druid. Alright, next up we have Silliness. This was really silly. Loki Fan versus the Iron Pikachu in LC. Very, very silly game between these two boys. Oh, you think I'm supposed to be happy about that? I'm not. So, that was a bit grumpy. So, turn 8. We saw the Marini got spored by a fungus, while Mudbray missed the Stone Edge on turn 12 against the friggin' Volibee. Then we saw the Minfu tank the Grookey's Woodhammer to kill with U-turn on turn 16. Then Volibee killed the Minfu, which then sacked against Mudbray on turn 22, with Minfu U-turning to kill it and bring in Torchic, who Terra grounded and overheated, even landing a critical hit kill at the end for Loki Fan to win.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate.
It was silly. Just call it like it is. It was silly.
It was silly.
So, well done, I guess, Loki Fan. At least you didn't get butt-fuckling hacks. Alright, next up we have Monotype. Drizzle versus Memedos. So what happened in this one?
Water versus fighting.
So, water versus fighting, you said, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, this was this friggin' game. So, we saw the Great Tusk, who was brought down to Sash level, while on turn 5, we saw the Sneasler put the Toxapex to sleep with Dire Claw. I didn't know Dire Claw actually had secondary effects. I thought it was just poison.
You didn't know that Dire Claw had other secondary effects?
I really didn't. I thought it was just a poison. I've seen more poison Dire Claws in my life than paralyzed sleep.
So does that mean you've never seen Dire Claw paralyze or sleep or burn?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Oh, you're lucky.
So I've never seen it before, so it's nice to see like Sneasler's Dire Claw actually put to work. Finally, Sneasler.
No, it's not. It's always a nightmare when that happens.
So it's nice to see that. Drizzle sacked the Great Tusk to Gastrodon as Iron Hands eventually killed the Empoleon. Then on turn 17, we saw the Sneasler got to kill the Ogerpon, and Greninja killed Scrafty as Iron Hands came back to paralyze said Primarina, as Iron Valiant died to its own Life Orb recoil, while Sneasler beat Gastrodon on turn 32 with a acrobatics of all things. Then Toxapex wasn't done being crapped on to Sneasler because Sneasler Dire Clawed again on turn 35, but not only criticaled it, but paralyzed it as well. Then Primarina got dead to a Dire Claw before dying to Greninja. As Toxapex, who was crippled by the para, it was criticaled on turn 54, and then eventually got the full parade on turn 47. Mimdos forfeiting shortly after.
I remember Vaporeon saying something like how it's a terrible feeling to wake up and hear that your team's Toxapex has been paralyzed.
I read that too. It is incredibly sad feeling. Mimdos' Toxapex just basically bored all. Sleep, parade, get crit, fully parade. It basically had a bad time.
Oh, it sure did.
Alright, next up we have what was the last game in the series, actually. Jadino Bambino beating Pig Warrior. In a weird game, I will say. The game was really weird. So, Glamora Terra Watered and Ocode Landorus while Ogerpon encored it, as Indeedee being sacked as Komao set up the Clangorous Soul, while Iron Crown set up its Calm Mind, killing both Glamora and Ogerpon. Komao then crit killed Goldango with Throat Chop, Terraflying on turn 8, while Grimmsnarl paralyzed it after Roaring Moon died on turn 11, and Landorus killed Tornadus. And then we saw Ogerpon kind of finish off Landorus and Grimmsnarl at the end for Jadino to win. Yeah, Jadino's Komao was strong. Alright.
Though I do think Pig Warrior could have played this a bit better.
Could have played this better? Why?
I think he ignored the coma a bit too long.
Yeah.
Especially considering he had a Breaking Swipe Roaring Moon.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the Thunderwave Grimmsnarl. He ignored that thing for too long.
Yeah, if Grimmsnarl paralyzed Como earlier, or Pig Warrior utilized
or if he simply mitigated. If he simply mitigated the damage being done with Breaking Swipe.
Yeah, you could have checked that with Breaking Swipe. So there could have been other outs. Pig Warrior didn't utilize it fully to their potential, as Jadino just easily swept them with a Komao. Alright, next up we have random battles. Rafna versus Lady Rider. Oh, this was a 3-game series, Pokeart. Wasn't this a 3-game series?
Are you sure?
You liked? I don't
know.
I didn't finish that sentence. Okay, So game 1, we saw Dunsparce actually avoided getting burned by the friggin' lantern skulls. It just avoided getting burned, killing it eventually with Earthquake, while Moltres Galar survived Politoed's Weather Ball to rest and heal while activating Berserk, chipping Glalie before dying to it. Then we saw Incineroar die to Yanmega on turn 13, while Dunsparce paralyzed both the Politoed and Yanmega, dying to the latter's crit Bud Buzz on turn 20. Then Barraskewda killed it and Iron Jugulus with Waterfall. Then Chinchino killed Politoed and Terrifier of Typhlosion finished off Terrastellar Terrapagos for Lady Rider to win. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
Okay, so game 2, we saw the Grimmsnarl paralyze the Mew, who synchronized paralyzed it back as Zoroark blocked its paralysis, it being Prankster, and it being a dark type, setting up the nasty plot, but missed a chance to kill the Gudra Hisui with Focus Blast, as it got Draco metered in return before dying to its life orb. Skarmory killing the Gudra in return. Then
A real Skarmory this time.
Yeah, the real Skarmory. Then Skarmory then killed Grimmsnarl while it lost its item to Shiftry before killing it in return, as Jirachi managed to paralyze Palafin with Body Slam, who then just set up Bulk Up despite the paralysis and even managed to kill Mew on turn 24 with multiple Jet Punches. Then we saw the Ice Cube just set up, surviving Chansey's Seismic Toss, only for Incineroar to Terra Water, survive its Ice Spinner, kill it with Knockoff on turn 28, and then Incineroar just kind of swept Palafin, and then Espathra died. Espathra died to its Knockoff very cleanly. I really thought it would live at least one to win Rafna this game. Any other thoughts?
Nope.
Alright. Game number Trace. This one wasn't very long. Heatran managed to set up rocks, and Spadef dropped the Slacking, while Jumpluff actually survived its double edge before putting Eternatus to sleep. Spidops got to set up the hazards in return, while Iron Crown eventually killed Slacking on turn 11. Then we saw the Terrifier Chi-Yu, which went ham, sweeping the freaking Hattrand, just freaking one-shot killed it. Even flinching this poor Heatran on turn 15, as it survived its Dark Pulse but got flinched in the process. Jumpluff eventually killing it, leaving Delphox to kill it and crit kill Iron Crown with a crit Fire Blast on turn 21 to win Rafna this game. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
You've been very quiet. You've been very quiet about this Rans game between Rafna. Aren't you?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, maybe it doesn't. Alright, next up is the dead game. National Dex. Rahul winning the act win. Our first act win in BLT 12. Took us long enough. Defeating Omar because act.
Because he didn't show up.
Because act.
It's not that he showed up late, he just didn't show up.
He didn't show up. Alright, well, moving on now to Roaring Sailor Moon losing to the Primal Power Pangoros. And with this loss, the Roaring Sailor Moon was kicked off. BLT. Our first casualty. They've been...
Why do you say that when we just went over the Charizards versus the Scream?
Right, Charizard's beating Scream also was a casualty, meaning that Scream also wasn't able to muster playoffs because it lost, and so did the Sailor Moons. Moon Prism power wasn't enough, okay? Let's go through the games. Oh, because you've been very quiet, and I don't like that. It just gives me more time to cut. It just gives me more things to cut, PokeArt. Hello?
I'm here.
Okay. I thought you actually fell asleep.
No, but I'm getting close.
Damn it, I'm boring you. Hell, what is wrong with me? Alright, first off is OU. Oh, OU. Ubers. Forgot there's a tier above OU.
Whoopsies.
Skyu versus Vidiot in Ubas. So, we saw 7U's Ho-Oh was toxic early on as Sky set up hazards and knocked off his heavy-duty boots on turn 16. Then nothing really happened for a long-ass time. 30 turns went by with absolutely dick all happening because both those guys will keep switching out until we saw Necrozma knocked off Kyogre's item, heavy-duty boots, on turn 46, letting it die to Eternatus's Dynamax Cannon turns later. Koraidon then was set up Swords Dance well, killed the Ho-Oh with low kick on turn 59, and dying to Precipice Blades by Groudon. It was a crit, but it was low. Then Eternatus warred with Necrozma for a bit until died to Koraidon on turn 81. Yeah, nothing really happened because Eternatus tried to catch Toxic, but Koraidon was there and managed to kill said Eternatus. Then Ditto was brought out. Ditto killed Necrozma until died to Koraidon, while Arceus terraflanged on turn 85, while defeating Arceus Water with Earthquake to win 7U992 this game. Alright, next up we have OU. So we were saying that Crying should absolutely take this against Mata. What happened?
I don't know what did happen.
Mata won against Crying, that's what happened.
Oh yeah, Mata won versus Crying using a very crying-looking team.
It does look like a very crying-looking team. So, Moltres got to burn Alomomola on turn 8. Which, wasn't good for a Wish Dollar support guy like Alomomola. Then Enamorous Terrastellard on turn 14 to kill...
Why did you say it like that?
Terrastellard?
Yeah, why'd you say it's Stellar?
Because it's sparkly. Okay, so...
Yeah, but that's just not how it's pronounced.
Terrastellard on turn 14 to kill Kyurem. And then...
Oh, now you're doubling down.
But then, it did Terra Blast damage, but boosted up attack and special attack.
It's a neutral special attack against everything, and every time you use it, it lowers your attack and special attack. It's actually pretty bad normally.
But with an Amorous, when an Amorous uses it to his contrary, yeah, this was a sweeping machine. This was a sweeping machine. So that is a Terra Blast. That is Terra Blast Terra Stellar for those who don't know. Like me. So Iron Treads eventually was the breaker to kill the Great Tusk on turn 21, beating its own regional variant with a Terra Ground, Terra Earthquake. Then Enamorous came back to beat Hydrapple, while Iron Crown beat Pecharunt on turn 30, with Mata secking Pecharunt for Enamorous to beat Iron Treads at the end for Mata to win. It's a very crying looking team. You're right.
Or maybe it's a public team that I've just happened to see crying used before.
Well, it works. It works, and, crying lost to it. What else?
Yeah, pretty much had no answers for Terra Stellar Terra Blast and Amorous, except for maybe switching in something that can pressure it before it was fully setting up,
which would have been very good, very good on the part of crying. Alright.
Come to think of it, that makes me wonder, is the Enamorous Scarf? Because it literally only used Terra Blast.
It probably was. Scarf. So, next up we have the other OU game. This one wasn't very noteworthy. This was Batty versus Drip Legend. Was this Batty's first win in BLT 12? That is hilarious. Well, I feel bad for Batty for having the BLT that he did, but not getting a win until week 5? I mean, you could say the same for Greedy, but still.
And then there are some who haven't gotten wins yet.
Yeah. Alright, so Batty versus Drip Legend. Samurott set up spikes before dying to Great Tusk on turn 12. While Clefable froze the Goldango on turn 19. See how the bullshit never stopped? As King Gambit Terra Fairy to Oko Zamazenta on turn 29. With a mighty fine Terra Blast at that, too. King Gambit carrying Terra Blast.
Yeah.
I could see it. You know what? I could see it.
Well, you just saw it.
I could see sets running wild with this one. So, after Tornadus died to the Toxic Malignant Chain Pecharunt, we saw the Dragonite set up and D-danced and Terra Normal to sweep pretty much everything in Drip Legends team. And Batty the win. Even beating the freaking King Gambit. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
Good job, Batty. Finally getting a win. Alright, next up we have UU. 691 versus Blidius. No, you know what? I kind of was happy with 691's win here because I kind of like the team he brought. It was standard. It was very standard, but it just worked against whatever the frick Blidius brought. So I'm happy it won, at least for this one. So Conkeldurr actually survived a brave bird from Skarmory, while Rotom paralyzed the Hydreigon, something that no, that's different. Who killed Conkeldurr on turn 8. As Rhyperior ultimately crit killed Rotom with a Stone Edge on turn 22 because Rotom tried to Volt Switch out and got punished for it. Bad play there, 691. But still, turn 25, we saw the Donphan crit kill the Mandibuzz on turn 25. Did that matter? He did say damn.
Well, I'd say it likely did matter considering it was 2 crits in a row.
Oh yeah, he did crit him at turn 24 as well. So it was dying to it regardless. Well, it led to Hydreigon Terra Stealing to beat it, who died to Latios, as Skarmory eventually also died to Rhyperior's Heat Crash. So you'd think 691 was on the ropes here, but no. He wasn't worried because the Terra Steel Latios came in and just kind of swept everything despite being tricked by the other Latios. Luster Purge just kind of swept through everything, winning 691 this game. Any other thoughts?
Nope, not really. Because, at that point, getting tricked didn't matter. It was already at +1.
It was at +1, it was in sweeping position. What more can you do?
The only out, I guess, is to hope it runs out of Luster Purge.
Which, if you got a Pressure Mon, that's great, but you didn't, so rip.
And you don't have a Mon that has enough health to survive those hits.
So even more rip. Should have brought a Suicune instead. Next up we have RU.
Why?
I don't know. That's the first Mon that came to my head, okay? Alright. Next.
Strange, and I don't think it would have changed much.
I know.
It actually, it may have, but only if it's like the sub, protect, calm mind,
Scald.
The rest, Suicune.
Alright, next up we have RU. Colored name versus I naming is Ard. No, high naming is hard. I name Ard. So, Cleavor set up rocks before being burned by Weezing Galar in the process. Then we saw the Porygon Z Terra fighting and set up, while Gudra Hisui countered with a Terra Fairy while knocking off Klefki's item while it set up screens on turn 8. So it was trying to set up there. He said he got knocked off, removing the eject button Klefki. Okay. Then Cleavor was sacked to a burn as Weezing killed Porygon Z on turn 18 as Gyarados set up to kill Ribombee before dying to Slowbro's Psyshock on turn 22, whereas Lilligant died to Rocky Helmet Weezing. Yeah, it was actually set up well, but Weezing was a Giga Chad and tanked that Ice Spinner with gusto. Weezing then burned Mimikyu, healing itself with Pain Split. Colored name forfeited. Not very long game.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Forfeiting is what you should do there.
Poor Mimi had to get burned. Why'd you clap?
What? I didn't.
What was that?
A water bottle?
Oh, okay. Alright, next up we have NU. What was I going to say? is it's NU Estra beat Shawl. I kind of like Estra's team, not gonna lie. It's a very hyper offensive, but I kind of F with it, as the kids say.
I don't know if kids are saying that.
Okay, well the Gen Zers say that. So we saw the Tauros tank the Scyther's dual wing beat to pivot out with an eject pack on turn 4, as Kaparaja survived its close combats to set rocks. Then Muck activated Custaff Berry to remove Porygonzi's item before dying to its tri-attack on turn 8.
Be specific. It was Gluttony Custaff Berry.
Yeah. I mean, because it survived on Yellow Elf.
No, because it was well above 25% health and activated Custaff Berry.
Yep. And then we saw the Terrasteel Flygon came into play, but lost, losing that loaded dice, but still managed to kill the Chinchino with 4 times before dying to the Terra Ground Dreadnought, while Scyther missed a dual wing beat, losing to Cramorant's Gulp Missile, but that just left Toxtricity to just sweep, setting up the shift gear, overdrive, killing the frigging Cramorant, and eventually killed Lasco Legion to win Estra this game. I kinda like it. Any thoughts?
Not really.
Well, if you thought that game was short, this one was even shorter. Suzuka versus Bleehey in PU. We saw the Delphox trick the Tatsugiri on turn 1, who O-coded in return with Draco Meteor. Then Rhydon Terra Poison to resist Grafaiai's attacks, sacking Skuntank to its double edge, who killed it with an Aftermath. Rhydon, after Hitmonlee killed the Tatsugiri, we saw the Rhydon Swords Dance, defeating Hitmonlee and crit Okoing Espeon on turn 9. Then swept the rest with Stone Edge for Bleehey to win. He beat 2 grass types with a Rhydon. Can you believe that?
This is the kind of meta we live in.
He beat 2 grass types with a Rhydon with Stone Edge.
This is the kind of meta Gen 9 has created. This is the kind of meta Terra gives us.
You people made this. You people made this. Alright, next up is LC. A lot of short games that have happened in this series in particular. Envy versus Sen. So this was very short for very obvious reasons. We saw the Mienfoo Swords danced and killed the Vullaby on turn 6. Then we saw the Diglett Alola Terra Ground, but failed to kill said Mienfoo on turn 8, only about doing 76% as it killed in return with knockoff, with Vullaby burning the Mienfoo on turn 10 with a nasty heat wave of all things. Then we saw the Torchic, who just managed to set up with Terra Grass beating the Shellos on turn 14 and then just swept pretty much everything. Any other thoughts?
No, apart from the fact that Sen burned his Terra way too early.
He did, kinda did. He did. He was banking on the fact that it's not a bulky ass Mienfoo.
Well, obviously, it's gonna be a bulky-ass mean food. Mean food's bulky already.
It didn't remove its heavy light. It didn't remove its heavy light.
Yeah.
So, that was that. That was a game that was a short game, but a well-dominant game by Envy. Alright, next up is Memphis Depay beating Twin K in Mono Taipei. I'm really happy that Memphis is doing well in BLT. You guys deserved it. And he beat freaking Twin K, who brought Dragon with water, of all things.
I think there was a very clear MVP in this game.
Oh, was there ever? So, we start off with the Kirim, who defeated the Manaphy very early on. You know, kind of a hard switch there. While Latios tricked Alamomola to gain its heavy-duty boots, leading to Toxapex eventually trapping the Archaludon with Infestation to kill it with the friggin' yeah, you killed it with Infestation. Just trapped it and killed it, basically. Then, yeah, Raging Bolt just O-coded in return. Then we saw the MVP, the absolute MVP here was Samurott Hisui, who managed to just murder all of Twinkay's Mons with Ceaseless Edge.
Something I noticed when it hit Gudra Hisui. It wasn't gooey Gudra.
It wasn't gooey. Might have been friggin' Sapsipper for all we know.
Could have been, it could have been shell armor, too.
For all we know, it could have been Sapsipper shell armor. Why didn't he bring gooey? I have no idea.
Yeah, at the very least, that would have stopped Samurott from going absolutely crazy and sweeping everything right here.
Yeah. So
specifically Scarf Samurott.
Scarf Samurott just killed everything. Alright, next up is a short one, but
hazards are also to thank. But
yes.
Who set those hazards?
Samurott Hisui with a Ceaseless Edge. Alright.
The edge really is ceaseless.
He is ceaseless. Alright, next up we have doubles. 5'5" extending his big boy win streak by defeating Choice Bad Kirim. So, this game was odd. This one game was odd. So, we saw the Iron Hands defeat the Volcanion early, while Ursaluna survived the Terra Dragon, the Auntie's boosted body press.
Okay, hold on. I gotta lock in for this one because I remember being confused and dissatisfied.
Okay, lock in, Pokeheart.
Okay, so first off, immediate lowered speed for both Rillaboom and Volcanion. So good for switching out Diancie. Why did she simply let Volcanion die though?
I have no idea.
That thing could have been useful. I mean, if you look at 555's team, it doesn't have much in the way of Volcanion answers.
GU dies to it, Sinistra dies to it, Ursaluna dies to it, Diancie dies to it.
And some of these things might not necessarily die, but they'll take a ton of damage.
Okay. Do you have more things to say, or shall I move on?
Oh yeah, turn 5. I think I think CBK probably should have said, okay, wait, no, I get why CBK wasn't too keen on setting Trick Room.
Wasn't too keen on setting Trick Room. Oh yeah, she
with
probably
Iron Hands and Sinister.
yeah, she probably was
But still, you don't want to. You can still outspeed the Chi-Yu that way.
Yeah, she didn't.
Ended up being a menace because it got ignored.
Yeah, she didn't foresee the fact that she could easily beat that Chi-Yu, but instead would give Iron Hands and Ursaluna kind of an out. So yeah, then we saw the Terra Dragon's boosted body press before dying to its life orb, leading to Five's own DNC to kill Rillaboom later. Then we saw Ursaluna to kill Diancie. GU and Iron Hands defeated Cresselia and Incineroar before CBK eventually forfeited. So, anything else to lock in on?
That all those mons get too low, wasn't able to correctly predict targeting. A lot of things went wrong here, I think.
A lot of things went wrong. 5'5" took advantage of him and won. So...
If I went wrong, I mean in terms of play.
Yeah. Doubles OU expert right here.
Me? No.
You do talk like one. So, yeah. Good win for 5'5". That's all we say. Also, 5'5", 4-1 record, I believe.
I believe so.
Yeah, missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity to say, hey, we're in week 5, and I'm 5'5", and I got the 5-0. Could have missed opportunity there.
Yeah, to me that sounds like it's week 5. I'm short, and and I have 5-0.
Well, but okay, you are shorter than 5'5", aren't you?
Yes, but let's assume for a second that if 5'5" is a guy, that is quite short for a guy.
It is quite short for a guy. Yeah, I don't see anywhere. I haven't seen much guys out there that are 5'5". In fact, they're basketball player heights.
I live with a guy who's 5'5". That is to say, I have a brother.
Yes. All right, so we have random bats next. Rahami versus JJ09 Lie. So, game 1, we saw the Palkia Origin actually didn't die to a freaking Flareon this time, but instead got to kill an Electivire, while Cobalion set up a Calm Mind, but Bayonet disabled its Flash Cannon and killed it with Poltergeist on turn 10. After Leavanny beat the Koraidon, Golduck came in and crit killed Leavanny with a return before losing to Latios. Amy shortly forfeiting after. Any other thoughts?
Not really.
Aside from Golduck being Golduck.
Not really.
Next up, we have Game 2. We saw the Cacturn missing a Leaf Storm on a Clawitzer on turn 5.
Yeah, that really sucked.
While Avalugg crit it in return. As Toadscruel and Hypno toxic each other, with the former dying first to poison on turn 12 as the Dene eventually killed the Fortress. After Florges killed Cacturn, it killed Avalugg on turn 24, as the Dene killed the Terra Electric Pawmot with a crit Dazzling Gleam. It was Terra Steel Zarina. Stopped it to kill it and Hypno to win for JJ. Good win for JJ. Good win for JJ's all around, even though I don't think he has the best record.
What is his record?
I have no idea. Can you check?
4-1.
Yeah, good record. Good record for JJ. Actually, he might have the best record. Oh no, wait. We have another guy. We'll talk about him. Next up, we have National Dex, and this actually was the first game in the series. Seth, well, the first game of week 5. We have Seth versus Adrian to kick things off. GG,
Apparently, these were buddies, so that's probably why they played so early.
They played like how many minutes after the time? I don't know. This doesn't show the time.
Yeah, how would I know?
How would you know? First of all, we had Samrat Hisui set up hazards, only to die to Barracuda's liquidation early on, while Seth dodged a Stone Edge on turn 6 to kill Aerodactyl Mega, which was very unfortunate on the part of Adrian. Then we saw the Terrapagos' Terra Starstorm fail to kill Tyranitar, who killed it with Stone Edge on turn 12, while Excadrill set up Swords Dance to Oko Goldengo the very next turn. Then we saw Raging Bolt killed Landorus with Weather Ball, and despite being seeded, Excadrill finished off Ferrothorn in the end for Seth to win. But yeah, good win for Seth, I guess. I mean, nice to take advantage of he has a team of 2 Weather Summoning Mons, and he has a Raging Bolt with Weather Ball. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
Mikoi.
What?
Isn't his team triple weather?
Triple Weather?
Mikoi, there's a goddamn Tyranitar right there!
Oh, that's right. So it makes sense to you that he would bring Weather Ball.
Yes, there are 3 weather setters. You can correctly identify them, right?
The Excadrill, the Barracuda.
That's not a weather setter. I said setters.
The Excadrill, the Barracuda, and finally, the Raging Bolt. I'm trolling. I know what they are. They're on Adrian's team. I'm kidding. So, alright. So, that was that. That was a good win for the freaking Pangoros. Then we have the Jubilife Jirachis losing to the Lavender Leprasis. I will continue to call it that until I die, or until this team dies.
Which I don't see either happening anytime soon.
Not really, especially considering what the fuck they are doing this week. At least you're brave about it. First off, we have Ubers, where we saw Ice Master versus Emoxu 9, which Emoxu won.
To everyone's surprise.
To everyone's surprise, except probably the Laprases. So we saw this game, first of all, as Ho-Oh burned the Eternatus, who toxic it in return, while Groudon burned the Arceus Fairy on turn 11, who paralyzed Ho-Oh in return, and after Terrapagos removed hazards, Gliscor toxic Arceus Fairy in return on turn 31. Take a shot for every time I say turn, because that's a lot of turns happening.
Yes.
So, on turn 61, nothing really happened after that. It was just a lot of bullshit that happened. Turn 61, we saw the Necrozma tried to set up Dragon Dance but was paralyzed by Arceus Fairy, who died to poison, and while Groudon was whirlwinded in by Ho-Oh, died to hazards on turn 82. Then we saw Koraidon was whirlwinded in on turn 89 by the paralyzed Ho-Oh, dying to hazards as Necrozma returned to set up the Dragon Dance on turn set up Dragon Dance, enter, and kill said Eternatus on turn 102, with Ho-Oh dying to Emox's own Ho-Oh's Brave Bird shortly after, until dying to its own recoil. Then Necrozma Oko'd Koraidon on turn 110 before Ice eventually forfeited.
Well, apart from the fact that it's understandable why Ice switched in the Koraidon on that turn, because he probably expected that because Terapagos couldn't really hit Necrozma very much.
He couldn't.
He probably half expected Emoxi might try to set up Necrozma further.
I did dancing. Ultimately, didn't really pan out in the long term.
Yeah, I guess Emoxi figured that there was the possibility that Ice tries to switch in Koraidon on a turn he sets up, so he decides, actually, I'll just keep straight up attacking.
And look what that got him. Look what that got him in the long run. Alright, next up we have...
The thing is, though, I have to wonder if the Koraidon came in on a turn where Emoxi wasn't attacking, could a reverse sweep have been possible?
It's possible, but, very doable, yes, but impossible, not really.
You could have just said it's doable.
Oh, shush. Next up, we have OU. Stariel versus Nemose. This one from a very long-ass Ubers game to a very short but ass OU game. So we have Ogerpon missing on turn 6 to a Dragonite, letting it Dragon Dance and Terraflying Sweep, Okoing the Iron Valiant, and just sweeping everybody else with a spade until Nemose forfeited because he saw the writing on the wall. So you missed the crucial turn of turn 6 of Ogerpon.
Well, I just saw it now.
And, yeah, unfortunate. That's a 10% chance to miss, and he got it.
Yes.
Leading to a 6-0 on Stariel's end. What a boring way to win. What a boring way to win. Alright, next up we have Dugtrio is Broken versus One Last Kiss. And yes, One Last Kiss won, which I'm happy. He beat an established OU main, and he did it well. He's the momentum driver. He's still on
An
it and with
established
it.
OU main beating another established OU main.
But
shocking.
But it's actually warranted because, I'm happy that One Last Kiss is getting to showcase how good he is. It just took the power of, what was it, LCAP, MJ, and a whole lot of bullshit. All happening at the same time. Alright, first off, we have Hatren paralyzing Glamora with Nuzzle, allowing Scizor to chip it and sub Kyurem to finish it off with Earth Power, while Enamorus killed Ogerpon. Then we saw the Terrifier Kyurem, which showed up, set up, but got paralyzed by Nuzzle Hatren, who's actually survived an Icicle Spear, because Icicle Spear only hit 4 times as opposed to the usual 5 from Loaded Dice variants, as it died to poison. What?
You do know loaded dice only hits 4 to 5 times, right?
And yet it only hit 4 times.
Yeah, that's normal.
And yet it still didn't kill Hatren, who paralyzed it in return.
Because, I mean, 15 to 16 damage for each hit, so I don't think it was dying to 5 hits either.
What? What are you talking about? It was literally on 12%.
After poison.
After 4 turns. Still though, it got paralyzed and Hatren died to poison immediately.
From 80%, each hit from Icicle Spear took 15 to 16%, and it left it on 18%, meaning a 5th hit may not have killed it.
You sure about that? You sure it's not a roll or something?
Well, if all 4 hits did 15 to 16, I wouldn't expect one to suddenly do 18, would you?
Honestly, I kind of would. Alright, so Dynamorous beat the Scizor, of course, with the nice Mystical Fire Predict from Doug Trio. Dougie cutting that. And then we saw, after King Gambit eventually died, we saw the Tinglu taunted and died to Great Tusk, who was killed to Enamorous, who Doug Trio'd Healing Wished to heal off Kyurem on turn 21, healing off the paralysis and healing it up to full. However, Stone Edge from Terra Fires on Magenta eventually killed it, winning the game.
The one time Stone Edge hits and wins a game.
Surprising, am I right?
Yes, actually.
So, one last kiss won. Some things just didn't go Dougie's way, and Dougie lost. Next up is Yu. I think we kind of glazed Ziri a bit too much because I think Age just finally caught him in this game against Haxlolo.
Age?
Yes, Age.
How old even is he?
Age in Pokemon years. I don't mean actual actual IRL years. He's not that old. He surely couldn't be that older than, most people.
Oh. Oh, wow.
What?
Okay, maybe you're right about Age, actually.
What? What are you talking about?
So his age is public.
What age is he? What are you talking about?
I think he might be older than Euphanos.
No way. Let me actually just check this. Oh my god, he is in his 30s.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I told you. So I was not wrong, PokeArt. Stop freaking contradicting me when you don't even know. Alright, so Haxlolo beat Ziri, an old man. So starting off, we saw the Heatran who trapped Blissey, taunting it and burning it with Flame Body, which, I think losing your Blissey early was kind of the start of his downfall.
Losing Blissey early was extremely detrimental, yes.
Because he had the Gardevoir
He probably should have switched in Quagsire instead.
Probably, yeah.
Which I know you don't really want your Quagsire to be taking that, but you kind of just lose your Blissey if it's Magma Storm Taunt.
And with it being trapped that way, and even getting Spadef dropped by Earth Power.
With Blissey being gone, Latios can go crazy.
Also, getting Spadef dropped by Earth Power didn't help, as it got chipped even further. Yeah, Blissey just kind of just losing allowing Latios to come in. Spadef dropped Skarmory and killed it with Draco Meteor on turn 15 with a Draco Meteor. Then we saw the Terra Poison Necrozma was brought up, set up the Calm Mind, and even dodging Heatran's Magma Storm to kill it on turn 23. And killing Gardevoir as Toxapex died to Latios, who killed Necrozma, while Thundurus was toxic by Quagsire. Then we saw the Thundurus OHKOing the Quagsire with Grass Knot on turn 35, leaving only Chestnut to die at the hands of Latios after, bulletproofing the Focus Blast, but losing to the Luster Purge and winning for Haxi Lolo.
Unfortunately, losing Blissey basically made Latios very strong, so the Latios answer essentially becomes Necrozma, but the problem now is that Skarmory is also dead. Skarmory was like a half-decent Latios answer.
What?
I say half-decent because it's really more like a temporary, you take one, you get out of there. It's really just something that resists. It's not really an answer.
Yeah, I disagree. I think Skarmory is a bad wall for Latios.
Well, it's certainly better than the rest of Zeri's team, is the point.
I mean, unless you count, un-Terra Poisoned Necrozma, who just sets up Calm Mind without needing to Terra Poison.
No, it had to Terra Poison.
It only had to because there is a low kicks. He was put into a corner, basically.
There is no more Skarmory, meaning low kicks is also now a gargantuan problem.
Yeah, he kept losing potential walls to make out its threats, and yeah, that spelled the end for Zeri.
I like how this game ended because it ended with Hexlola only having Latios and low kicks, which were easily the two biggest menaces towards Zeri in this game.
And since he only had Chestnut left, which, yes, low kicks can't beat it, but Latios is there, so really. Yeah, Zeri was backed into a corner. Hard. Next up...
I guess it is an NU thing.
It's an NU thing.
But...
it's a UU thing.
But I said MU, not NU.
Oh. Okay. So, yeah. Unfortunate. Next up, we have RU. We have Zakua, who subbed in for... Eevee versus Ampha. Yeah, this was not very good. Ampha just kind of destroyed Zakua.
I don't remember what happened this game. I just know that Ampha kicked ass.
Ampha kind of destroyed Zakua in this one. So, first off, we have the Slowbro, crippled by both Burn and Leech Seed, before being crit by Wochien's knockoff on turn 6, forcing the kill. While Talonflame burned Rhyperior as Jirachi Encored and paralyzed both Gastrodon and Registeel before dying to the former's Earthquake on turn 23. Good. Could only muster one para. Then we saw the Barraskewda, who predicted Salamentis Terranormal by close combating it to kill it on turn 26.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of an insane call.
It wasn't a pretty insane call to go for an Ice Fang and then predict a Terranormal Salamence by going for the CC. That was an insanely good call.
Not only predicting the Terranormal, but also predicting the Roost.
going for the close combat, killing that elements pretty easily. Then we saw the Zapdos Galar die to its own Brave Bird and Rocky Helmet Gastrodon working together. Then Bisharp set up Swords Dance and killed Gastrodon. Talonflame, though, burned it on turn 30, losing to Wochien, who seeded it, while Barraskewda finished off Rhyperior to win for Ampha. Terra Water. Terra Water just for insult to injury. Next up we have NU. Diamond's Realm beating Enzo Nana. I mean, look, I appreciate the fact that Enzo Nana is doing NU, but, like, has he had a good record on it?
Let's find out. Let's see. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2,
2, 3.
2, 3.
Okay, so actually not as bad as record as I thought. He actually did win a couple of games. Okay, so...
Yeah, because one of them was versus my teammate.
But that was shit. That doesn't count because that was shit.
Then he's 1-3 then?
Wow. Then that's a bit worse. Alright, next up we have NU, Enzo Nana versus Diamond's Realm. So first off, we have Tornadus setting up the rain, chipping the Chinchino and Probopass with Weather Ball, before Ludicolo eventually killed the former on turn 11, and Terra Steeled against the Grafii, who encored it in return and killed it before dying to Klefki. Klefki then beat Probopass, then paralyzed the setup Monkey Dory before it, and Tornadus died to it before being killed by Basculegion. Then Kilowattrel just kind of finished off Thwacky and Diancie for Diamonds to win. Any other thoughts?
Life Orb, Weather Ball, Kilowattrel.
It's good. It's good for rain.
Well, it's good for rain hyper offense, yes.
It's good for rain hyper offensive. Next up we have PU, the Battling Professor, defeating Blood Ace. I told you.
Yeah, but you didn't do it with any basis, so how was I supposed to take your word for it?
I told you. I wasn't really confident in Blood Ace's playing here, so I had to pick the other side. Unfortunately, the other side proved why they are pretty good, actually. I kind of like how they play.
Actually, they just said... Actually, the only thing they proved is that Alchemy can be a menace outside of Ranbats.
Just because Alchemy was broad, that doesn't mean that fucker is gonna get... just an Alchemy killer all around. So, first off, we saw the Oricorio set up from grassy terrain, and despite being toxic by Goodra, chipped it before dying to its knockoff, while Rhydon killed the Goodra in return, while Hitmonlee lost to Sceptile on turn 14. Goodbye Unburden there. Then Tauros burned the Sceptile, who died to Slowbro on turn 20, as Alchemy Terra poisoned and set up Calm Mind, Acid Armor, and Draining Kiss the whole bunch of mons before Blood Ace eventually forfeited. Any other thoughts?
Blood Ace played fine. It's just he didn't, he wasn't exactly aggressive enough in dealing with the Alchemy.
That's why I didn't like how he played. It's because he didn't, because he was kind of playing it passively
But
against
at the same
Alchemy.
time, I can't exactly blame him for that.
Mm.
Though perhaps he could have defogged a turn earlier or sooner to allow the goaler to come in
Just frigging earthquake
and
it.
yeah, to give that alchemy a real good earthquake. Although the problem is the alchemy outsped it, so I don't think that mattered too much.
It really doesn't matter because Alchemy faster and Alchemy just can just set up more acid armors if it wants to.
Or it can just training kiss and get all of its health back, which is what it did.
Which is what it did, and yes, eventually it got the win. Next up we have LC. Oh my god, this fucking game. Teemo versus Black Knight Gawain. Oh my god.
Oh, hell yeah.
Where do I even start with this fucking game?
From the beginning.
Oh, I hate it. So we saw Teemo. Turn 2. He misses the high jump kick, letting Tinkatink set up rocks. Then we saw the Gurki paralyze the Vullaby by flinging its light ball.
Yes, it flinged its light ball.
Yet setting up its weak armor still, which is still hilarious. As Mudbray.
Yeah, but now it's only at neutral speed.
So Mudbray killed the Tinkatink.
Neutral speed.
Mudbray killed the Tinkatink on turn 7. Then after Vullaby died, Toadscroll chipped the Mudbray before it died to U-turn on turn 11.
So I have a question.
Go on.
Why did he let Tinkatink die like that?
I don't know.
There is a full health Toadscroll right there.
I don't know. I don't know what Gawain was thinking.
Not gonna lie, I feel like having that Tinkatink could have been helpful later. Because it's another mon with knock.
I mean, Teemo was also kind of confused as well.
And it resists Rookie, and it resists the Gothita somewhat.
I mean, you were not the only one who was confused by it. I mean, Window Glass, aka Teemo, also questioned Gawain here. So that's a thing. Turn 11, we saw the Gurki die Mudbray. Gurki killed Mudbray, not Gurki die Mudbray. So then we get to turn 14, where we saw the motherfreaker of Marini freezing against poor Teemo's Marini, leading to Teemo's Gothita terror stealing and subbing while setting up Calm Mind, terror blasting to kill Gawain's Gothita on turn 19, before eventually dying to Gurki. Then we saw motherfucking Minfu miss another high jump kick. After Minfu knocked off its Eviolite, Minfu missed the high jump kick, allowing Teemo to hit his and kill it in return. That is how you do a high jump kick, I think one of them people said. Yeah, Fragments was the one who said that. Then forcing Marini in return to Terra Dragon and kill Gurki before Teemo's Marini finally thawed out at the perfect time on turn 36 to kill it with Sludge Bomb and win Teemo the game. With a crit Ice Beam.
I'm confused.
Yeah, there were multiple turns that I'm confused. You have to be specific, woman.
Why did Teemo utilize his Terra the way he did?
Teemo did?
Yeah, because like he technically didn't have a reason to Terra his
Gothita?
yeah. By the way, I can hear myself on your end. It's kind of annoying.
Is it better?
Let's see.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't hear myself. That's good.
Okay, go on.
I was saying he technically didn't have a reason to Terra Steel on that turn.
I mean, it was Gothita versus
It's
Gothita.
not like it changes the type effectiveness of Psychic.
We don't know.
It doesn't. What do you mean you don't know? We literally do know.
I know. What I meant is that we don't know why Teemo decided. I mean, it's Shadow Tag. Both are Shadow Tag, so both are equally like on his own. So he must have used it for Terror Blast, just to get it pre-attack in. I don't know. Who's to say?
So I have to wonder. Let's see. Let's go back to the Marini. I mean, not the Marini, the Gothitas.
Turn 19. You want to check turn 19 for that, or turn?
I have to wonder. I'm gonna guess that Terra Blast, that Terra Steel Terra Blast, that +1 maybe didn't kill the other Gothita.
Probably not.
Let's see.
Are you calcing it?
Gothita.
You're probably calcing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
See? Kill.
yeah, I guess he had to Carmine the second time.
Okay, that answers your question, hopefully.
Though he could have just Terra next turn. There was technically no need to Terra that turn. Not that it's a misplay or anything.
Really wasn't a misplay at all. But yeah, good job on Teemo for Memoing Gawain by hitting that high jump kick.
The two Goths facing off is funny because one of them now has a Slackberry activated and the other is Scarf, so technically it's a bunch of speed ties.
It really was. It was very funny in seeing that. Alright, next up we have Monotipe. We have Tare.
Wow, I love Monotipe.
Monotipe. Alright, so Tare defeated Jojen in this one. It was water versus dragon again, but this time the shoe's on the other paw. And dragon won beating water. So
yeah, and wasn't this the one with the conspicuously anti-water dragon mons?
Kinda, yeah. So we saw the Energy Ball Latios come in and kill Gastrodon on turn 3. Then,
This was that.
Then we saw the Duraludon paralyze Toxapex, who poisoned Latios back on turn 9. Then we saw Dragapult's Thunderbolt, defeating Toxapex and Duraludon. And Duraludon actually beat the Manaphy on turn 19, killing it with Body Press, while Dragapult came back in to defeat Ogerpon. Latios then defeated Urshifu, while Goodra defeated Greninja to win Tare this very short game. Any other thoughts?
Not really, except for the fact that Thunderbolt and Energy Ball on Latios plus Specs Thunderbolt's Dragon Bolt. That's pretty foul.
That's pretty anti-water, wouldn't you say?
Yes, quite.
Next up is Doubles. Doubles OU. We have Servolt Mike versus Icy Penguin 2.
It took me a moment to realize you were saying doubles OU.
Where we saw Icy Penguin bring Clefairy, Smeargle, and a whole bunch of Trippymons. I mean that in the most power trip way possible. So
I think that's a spoiler.
So, yeah. We saw the Ogerpon survive a Lander's sludge bomb to redirect attacks as Smeargle just set up Quiverdance and Moody to put Tornadus to sleep with Spore. Baton passing its stats to Raging Bolt, who Thunderclap to kill Terra Normal Mousehold on turn 8. King Gambit then survived Raging Bolt's attack to Oko Clefable with Iron Head, while Raging Bolt survived a crit Ice Shard from Jin Pao for the kill.
Oh yeah, Ice Shard is interesting. A lot of Chin Pao, as you know, run Sucker Punch.
Mm-hmm.
Although I guess there's been a bit of a swing in preference to Crunch and or Throat Chop lately, but a lot of them run Sucker Punch. So Ice Shard isn't something you see very much on them.
But it survived. The Raging Bolt actually survived on 1. So Incineroar can just kill it. Getting to live 1 more before Raging Bolt and Terra Ghost Corviknight eventually defeated the remaining Mons for Icy to win. Any other thoughts? There was no power trip.
Not really.
There was no power trip.
Not yet.
Alright, no lead-ins. I was saying that in the most funny way possible. Alright, next up we have Randbat. Los Shuto losing to Prince of All Tacos. Finally, the man has been put down. Finally, A, Pote getting a win, and B, friggin' Losco's lucky streak has finally come to an end. In 2 games.
About time.
First off, we saw Weather Wars. Early on in the beginning, because Victory Bell set up the sunny day, as Kingdra set up the rain dance. Then we saw Vileplume put Cleavor to sleep with Effect Spore on turn 6. Spidops getting to set up webs once before dying to Staraptor, who Terraflying to kill Ursaluna before dying itself with Brave Bird. Victory Bell then poisoned Toucanon, who killed it with Beak Blast. Burning Enamorous on turn 14 because of Beak Blast, as it died. While Orthworm set up Coil and contended with both Vileplume and Terra Poison Snorlax before being paralyzed by the latter. However, crit killing with a crit.
I really have to wonder why did Losco superpower on a beak blasting Toucanon?
Maybe he was predicting a switch, or maybe he was just wanting that kill.
Yeah, but if you just want the kill, you have other moves to do it.
I don't know. Maybe he just wants that. But
in fact, is it not Moonblast or something?
Probably is mixed. Probably is mixed. So we saw the Earthworm contend with the Terrapoison Snorlax before eventually getting crit killed by its own petard. It crit killed by its own Iron Tail before Losco eventually forfeited. Both getting that lucky streak, y'all. Both on a lucky streak, y'all. And it continued on to game 2, which we saw the Goodra killing the Skarmory and Sunflora with Fire Blast. I gotta wonder.
Kind of crazy that Poet used Fire Blast 2 times in a row on Skarmory to kill it when it was at 1 health. Like, what if that missed?
What if that missed indeed? What would Skarmory have done? So...
And again, his other moves probably wouldn't have been even able to hit, or just would have been worse to use.
So we saw the turn 11, we saw the Terra Fairy Spectrier come in, blocking that Dragon Tail, and setting up the Nasty Plot before dodging a T-Tar's Stone Edge to kill it with Draining Kiss. Then Goodra just came back to tank and Terra Steel it off. And after Deoxys killed Regidrago, we saw Raichu setting up the Nasty Plot on turn 22, killing Uxie before dying to Deoxys, before Dashbun defeated Incineroar, before dying to Spectrier, who lost to Deoxys to win for Port. Any other thoughts?
I feel like I had some thoughts.
Go on.
Right, there was this. Okay, so Deoxys comes in. Okay, that happens. And he doubles. And then he switches it back in. Yeah, Losco should not have switched Incineroar back in on turn 30.
Why?
Because now the Incineroar has gotten further chipped to a point where it will not be where it will no longer be able to contend with Deoxys.
Okay, yeah, fair enough, because Deoxys would have been much more, it would have been the perfect counter to its moves.
Did Draining Kiss and Shadow Ball just do so little to Dashbun that especially Draining Kiss, that Spectrier would have just died?
Probably.
Either way, I don't think Losco was gonna win by this point.
Oh really, Deoxys was a menace. Got to kill it, fortunately.
But also Dashbun was too tanky. And hit at least too hard for any more momentum or chances to be gained by Losco.
Alright. Then we come to the final game where the man formerly known as Longest Banana defeated Nashrock in National Dex. So we have Nashrock has the Roaring Moon burned by Toxapex on turn 6. Then we saw while Ogerpon crit Oko Zamazenta on turn 9, but lost Terapagos to Aura Sphere Megalatios. After both set up Hazard's Gliscor, then Toxic the Moltres on turn 24, while Ogerpon and Ferrothorn respectively died on turn 36, leading to Weavile knocking off the HDB on Moltres before Nashrock ultimately forfeited because he saw the writing was on the wall. Toxic Moltres burned Roaring Moon and Tapu Lele, who was poisoned. I guess not a lot of hazard removal on freaking Nashrock's side.
There was a Terapagos.
But it didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's more so his fault.
Didn't do anything. Because Mega Latios just killed it with an Aura Sphere.
Yep.
So that's it. That's it for...
Unfortunately, the only way to avoid that would have been to either not get special defense lowered there, or to switch in on something else from the incoming Aura Sphere. Then again, it's not like he knew he had Aura Sphere.
Oh, well, have you seen a Mega Latios in general carry Aura Sphere?
I don't play this tier at all.
And get good at it.
No, I don't want to.
Get good.
I don't want to play this tier.
Get good. Alright, so that's it for week 5. Actually, let me bring in the standings before we eventually cover week 6. So we have here after 5. We see here that the number 1 team remains the Cinnabar Charizards, who are pretty much guaranteed locked in playoffs. 13 differential, and their 4-1 overall season proves that they are the best team in this damn pool. Second place is the Primal Power Pangoros. Never really lost a week, only managed to tie twice, but gained 3 wins in general. So they're also pretty much locked in playoffs, right?
Yeah, they have the same number of points as the Charizards.
So they're good. There. Third place, we have your team, the Resort City Rufflets, who are pretty much still in a good position even after experiencing a terrible loss last week. You still have decent chances of making playoffs, especially with the way the things go about for your guys. Fourth place is the Laprases, and after last week, this kind of is the boost that they needed. They have 5 points. They have a very, very neutral differential, only a 0. So they're in pretty much in
this is because all of their weeks have been either losing 3-9, winning 9-3, or tying.
that's an insane stat to have.
So, notice how they've won twice, which means they've won 9-3 twice. They've lost twice, which means they lost 3-9 twice. See how how those perfectly cancel each other out, making a 0 differential?
So what does that mean? What can we learn from the Laprases?
Also, a tie doesn't add or take away anything from that differential, so yeah.
Perfectly balanced. So what is that?
Quite literally perfectly balanced.
So what can we learn from the Laprases then? Is that L Caps hacks isn't bad or good, it's just neutral?
I guess.
I mean, that's how they've been playing week 6, so who am I to say? So, yeah. As for the Fillsbury Fido boys and the Jubilife Jirachis, they have negative differentials, but they can still make it. I mean, they still have 2 weeks to do it. And, I think this is still very doable for both of these teams. They could potentially they could potentially snipe away first if they really can, but they're still in a negative differential, but they still have a very good position to pretty much snipe if they have just good couple of weeks.
It'll be very good for them if the Laprases lose this week.
Oh, yes. Yes, definitely yes. Which, Sailor Moon and Scream, not really much have to say because they're already out by the time. Just a 1-4 record and just the 2 points in differential. Not very good. But
yet their presence can still change the outcome of the tour drastically.
Yeah, so it just depends on how the week 6 and week 7 plays out, and hopefully we might be potentially seeing a surprise. We'll just have to wait and see.
The Roaring Moons are currently beating the Laprases in the current week set.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that. But for right now, before we move on to predictions, who won predicts from week 5?
Take a guess.
Did the pick win?
No.
I don't know why that's the first thing. It's you, isn't it?
Of course.
Yay, how much did you get?
My predicts just keep getting better and better. In fact, I think all of our predicts just keep getting better and better.
I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing.
Obviously, it's good. Why would it be a bad thing that our predicts keep getting better?
It's a good thing statistically, but feelings-wise, I don't know if I can catch up.
Anyways, I won with 25 out of 36.
That is almost 70%.
Yup.
Yeah, I can math.
69.4 to be exact.
Nice. How many did I get?
You got 30 out of 48.
I can't mental math this. What's the ratio?
62.5.
Oh, okay, so fair enough. That's fair. I pick get
25 out of 48. It got the same number correct as me, but with way more games.
And that's barely above 50%.
Yes.
Alright.
You'd be right.
Yeah, alright. So now let's move on to the penultimate week before the season wraps up. Week 6! Not week 6. Week 6. If this was...
No one was thinking week 6, Mikoi.
Oh. In terms of these players, they might have. Okay.
No.
We're cutting that out. Alright, week 6. I should stop saying week 6. Week 6! Matchups time. The Resort City Rufflets versus the Primal Power Pangoros. I personally think that this might be make or break for you, because if you win...
I agree.
If you win, you are locked. You are locked in for playoffs. 100%. But if Pangoros beat you, then you'll be in trouble. You might potentially be knocked off.
Not necessarily. It kind of depends on what happens for the other two. For the other teams.
Because Rachis
for
and
example,
Doughboys.
It's quite good it's quite good for us if the Laprases lose.
Yes.
It would also be quite good for us if the Charizards beat the Fidos.
Yes.
And I don't think the Screams versus Jirachis matter super much.
Not really, no. They're too far down.
Well, actually, it would be great if the Jirachis could lose.
Oh, wow, okay. Just furthering all the negative points from the bottom 3 teams, and then just boosting your guys up so that you guys are locked for playoffs 100%. That's what you're hoping for.
Yeah, of course.
Alright. First off, the Resort City...
Of course, it's a little, It's a little bit of a
heaping
It's a little
piles.
bit too hopeful to think that all of the arguably better teams in these matchups will lose.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that. And considering 10 games have played, this week's shaping up to be quite the bullshit week indeed. So, first off, we have Resort City Rufflets versus Primal Power Pangoros, which only is named Primal Pangoros on the sheet. Hilarious. No power. No power left for the Pangoros to give. They basically gave no fucks. Alright. Ubers. We have Skimmy the God versus Vidiot. This didn't happen, right?
Are you hyped? No, it didn't.
Okay, good.
We aren't letting any one of our teammates know John this week.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Got it?
Uh-huh. You let one.
No, we didn't.
We let one, and then you killed him afterwards. So
that wasn't real. That literally was not a real game. He trolled us intentionally.
So, Ubers. We start off with Skimmy the God versus Vidiot. It is hype. It is very much hype. Like, these two players, they've kind of come and gone, but, they've proven themselves that they can be quite good in Ubers. As much as I would like to root for Skimmy, though, I think Vidiot will win.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, unless Skimmy pulls off some weird-ass tech that somehow wins, then yes.
Well, I can't speak on that, because I don't think building or prep has actually begun yet, but I wouldn't be so sure.
I won't be surprised if Skimmy wins, though. So it's gonna be a tough fight. But if Skimmy can beat Vidiot, at least it's a more reasonable option for Skimmy to beat Vidiot. I'm just picking Vidiot. What does Pick say?
It says Skimmy.
Okay, so it's believing in you. OU, we saw Leroy Pollux 1 versus Crying. You subbed out Mikey Man? Really?
I'm not really sure why. We did that either. Apparently Raj had planned from the start to put in Leroy for this week.
But you're throwing him to the wolves against Crying.
We threw him to the wolves in PU that one time, so at least this time he's playing something he likes to play.
Okay, but he's up against Crying.
And who's gonna be the one crying after that?
Wow, the confidence in this woman. I'm picking Crying.
Yeah, I don't really blame you, but
I'm picking Crying.
Look, I think it's a mistake to think this is all but one.
You sure about that? Are you sure about that?
I mean, sometimes,
do you just believe?
Things can happen.
You just believe. What's Pick saying?
The Pick says Crying.
Alright, OU. Maverick Shooters versus Batty. Assuming that game that I saw wasn't actually real.
It was not real. Maverick's actually playing Wednesday.
Which is today, actually. Well, my time at least.
For you.
Yeah, Mav versus Batty. Oh my god. How do I even predict? I mean, at least Batty got a win. At least Batty got
a win. Maverick has numerous.
Yes, he's what, 3-2, I think?
That sounds right.
Can you confirm that? So I'm not bullshitting.
Pretty sure he beat Mata and Kaif and Mose. And lost to Tana Bersai, and Trio is broken, so yes, that would be 3-2.
So, yes, Maverick is... Honestly, from these two, I would say Maverick is the better player. So I'm going with your Maverick shooters, and I wish you will... I mean, you guys are ready with the pitchforks and the torches, so you are proceeding with a public execution if Mav loses.
Have you ever played a game of Pokemon with your life on the line?
Damn, man. What? Like, if I get hacked, will I take the poison?
Depends.
Wow. This woman this woman is medieval. She will burn me at the stake if I lose a game of Pokemon. Okay, so...
No, we're going to burn Maverick at the stake if he loses.
Oh my god. Really taking a page out of
Look,
the
the entire team has been saying, if Maverick no-Johns and loses, we kill him.
They are ready. They're ready for murder, folks. Like, the Rufflets
Raj had the banhammer ready when he was playing his troll game.
Is not real game.
And that was during the troll game, before he found out the game wasn't real.
He won that, though. He won the troll game, though.
Yeah, and then Raj was ready to ban him after he found out it was fake.
He still wants to press the ban hammer. What a tyrannical leader Raj is.
No. Everyone agreed with that.
Well, it's a dictatorship, apparently. So, yeah.
No, that's what you call democracy.
Poor Mav, man. What did you do? So, yeah. Mav to win.
He did what he did. He did what he did last week. That's what he did.
Mav to win this week, okay? Mav to win. And if he loses this, he's gonna post his win. He's gonna post his troll game as his win post. All right. Who does Pick say?
The pick says baddie.
Oh, it believes in the public execution. Okay, so it wants actually the public execution to happen. All right, UU. We got Piyush versus 691. This is hard. I think this is gonna be the Dark Horse highlight match.
Excuse me, Dark Horse highlight? I think you mean highlight.
Well, not a lot of people are convinced. So we'll make them convinced. Piyush is good, guys. Piyush is good, and he's facing off. He's a good all-around player going up against a very good UU player in 691. I like it. I just like this matchup. I'm very excited for it. Now, well, I guess...
Yeah, so let's perform, like, rituals and stuff to shift all of Piyush's bad luck to 691.
Wow, okay, so you're wishing harm upon people in the world of Pokemon.
Well, look, it's just a little depressing to see a player as good as Piyush being like, there's no point, I will just get hacked and lose anyway. I can see it now.
He got demotivated, guys. He's been demotivated after 2 Haxi losses. After Losco and then the Dunox game. Oh dear. I'd still go with Piyush to win. I'm sorry, 691. But I think Piyush is winning. I really do think Piyush is winning this.
I appreciate it. I hope Piyush appreciates it too.
What does Pick say?
The pick says 691.
Oh, it believes. Are you? We saw Arch9 versus High Naming is Hard. A rematch from last year?
Probably.
I want to say, and I think High Naming is Hard won that game last year.
Oh, no.
But, despite... Oh, what the frick? What actually are their records?
I don't want to check.
I think Arch9 is 2-3.
Oh.
Or 1-4. Can you check? Can you recheck that?
He's not 1-4? What the hell?
I'm trolling. He's probably 2-3. He's probably 2-3 right now.
Let's see. 1, 1-1, 2-1, 3-1.
Ah, okay, so 3-2.
3-2.
So he's 3-2 against Heineming Hard, who is, I want to say 3-2?
I dot naming. Let's see. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. Okay, he was subbed out there, so still 3-0. 4-0.
Yo.
He's 4-0.
Yo, Heineming Hard is 4-0. Dude's been killing it in the RU pool. Oh, man. I think I'm gonna predict Lightning will strike twice. I think I'm going with Heineming is hard.
Damn.
As good as RS9 is, there comes a point in time where you just have to recognize that there is a better player out there. Heineming is hard is one of them.
You have woken me up, Mikoi.
Ah, that's how you motivate people.
You have woken me up, and now I understand that I need to do more for my team.
Yeah, do what you need to do. Alright, what does Pick say?
The pick says Arsenine.
Wow, it likes disagreeing with me here. Alright,
Yes, it does.
Next is NU.
It's a bit of a contrarian, if you will.
It's actually favoring for your team, so feel blessed. Alright, NU. We have Acid versus Let's Rumble, Shall We?
That's weird. It says shall on here.
What? Oh.
The predict sheet had shall.
Oh, that was probably me, because I didn't update it to Hellray. Yeah, it's interesting that Hellray is playing NU. Well, where else are you gonna slot? Where else are you gonna slot? Let's Rumble, Shall We? He's been,
OU, PU, UU.
Well, now
there's quite a few things, actually.
No. But there are dedicated spots already. Batty crying for OU. We have.
Yeah, PU. But Let's Rumble, Shall We did already slot in for OU earlier in the tour,
and he won that, right?
He did.
Yeah, but slotting in against.
he's playing in World Cup.
Yeah, man's in the big time. Man's actually been doing big time things here.
He's good enough in OU to be playing in that, so yeah.
Kinda wish he was slotted in PU, personally, but that's just me. Yeah.
No, they have a good PU player too.
They do. So Acid is what, 3-2?
That sounds right. I'm not totally sure. Let me look.
He lost to Shen, and I think he's lost to Enzo Nana.
0-1. 1-1. 2-1. 3-1. 3-2.
So he's lost only to Shinjineer and Enzo Nana, but has beaten the rest of the competition. So he's, proven himself to be quite the decent player. So this actually looks good. And I think I'm gonna go with Acid. I'm gonna go with Actinium. Okay. I'm gonna go with Actinium One Direction.
Okay then.
I mean, come on, it's AC. What do you want me to say? Air conditioner One Direction?
No, I want you to say acid.
Acidic 13. Actually, does Actinium contain acid? That's something I want to check. The nerd part in me. Then the nerd part in me unlocked. So, what does the pic say?
It says acid.
Aha, so it's not being contrarian this time. PU, we got Wish Papillon versus Suzuka. I would have picked for Pap if his PU record wasn't Well, his B record isn't great.
It's 1-2.
But Pap's been kind of having like a more so down BLT than most. And he's facing off against a pretty good player in Suzuka, so I hope the train doesn't continue to suck for him. But I think I'm gonna go with Suzuka.
Okay.
Suzuka to win. What's pick say?
It says Suzuka.
LC, somehow you've been slotted in again. Maybe you want to actually redeem yourself after that horrible, horrible game.
I'm as surprised as you.
Against Sen. Pokeart versus Sen. So, what is Sen's record? I think it's 1-3. I don't know.
Let's see. 1-0. 2-0.
Oh, he's actually got 2 wins.
2-1. 2-2.
2-3.
He's 2-2.
Ah, 2-2. Oh man, you're facing off against a neutral player in Sen?
Yeah, guess so.
Honestly though, Sen's performance is a bit better. Even though you did play your LC game pretty well up until a certain point. Sen...
Did I though?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, for Predict's sake, I'm gonna go with Sen, but I'm rooting for you.
I see. I'll have to make sure to beat him then.
Yes, prove me wrong. This one, I actually want you to prove me wrong. Make your record actually not negative, Pokeart.
I don't really care if my record is negative if it doesn't negatively impact the team in the long run.
That's high confidence you have for your team, which you should have. What's pick say?
The pick says the pick favors me.
So you get the pick support all the way. Alright, Monotype. We see here Rio Vidal versus Memphis Depay. Very, very good matchup. Maroon is Maroon, while Memphis Depay has been quite the powerhouse. I think this guy is like, what, 4-1?
I don't think that's his record in mono, but maybe?
Check.
Let's see. 1-0. 1-1. 1-2.
Oh, he's covered a couple
And then he was subbed in for RU. 2-2. He's 2-2 in mono.
But it's 3-2 overall.
Yes.
I'm predicting an upset. I'm going Memphis Depay. Listen, Maroon is good, but I think the type disadvantages and the Ultimo hacks that he got, I think it's starting to weigh on him a little. I think Memphis is gonna.
No, Miko, you don't understand. Maroon earlier this week said, "Alright, guys, I'm not getting hacked anymore. No more disadvantages, no more hacks."
Ah, he's motivated? I'm glad he's still motivated after all the bullshit he received.
Yes, it's not soul crushing bullshit like what happened to Piyush.
Yes. I'm glad he's still motivated. But I'm gonna pick Memphis to win. Who does pick say?
The pick says Memphis Depay as well.
Doubles OU. Luisin versus 5'5". Actually, I'm quite excited for this one. This one is actually very, very close.
I can agree.
Luisin is 3-2.
Let's see. But I think that's right. Let's see. 1-0. 1-1. 1-2. 2-2. 3-2.
Yeah. Well, 5-5 is 4-1.
Yeah.
This one's hard, but I think I'm predicting an upset. As much as I like 5-5, I'm going with Louison.
But how much of an upset is that really with how goated Louison is?
I'm waiting to see some ignominious tech.
Will he need that, though? Will he really need that?
I'm gonna see some ignominious tech on you.
I don't know. They haven't started building yet.
Oh, this man is going to John to the weekends, isn't he?
No, I think he plays Thursday.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Hopefully he builds. Next up we have... Oh, right, pick.
The pick says Louison.
Okay, so it believes. Ranbats! Will the lucky streak of MG die against JJ09 Lee?
Gulp.
Gulp indeed. MG is goated. JJ09 Lee is also goated. So this is going to be a close 3-game series, hopefully in rounds between these two. I am torn on who to pick this one, but I think I've made my decision.
Oh?
I think I believe in the betting man instincts. I'm predicting MGenius to win.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I like MG's chances. He's been playing super, super well in Rands. Whereas JJ has also been playing very, very good in Rands. But I think I'm predicting MG to win. After a very, very close 3-game series.
Okay.
What does Pick say?
The pick says JJ.
It's very close. I'm not going to be surprised if JJ wins, but I believe in MG. National Dex, Tempo de Angoria versus Adrian. I think this should be fairly obvious.
I appreciate that.
Adrian to win. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's Tempo. Tempo to win. He's been playing super, super well and has been beating the GOATs of National Dex. So, yeah. I think Tempo to win.
I appreciate the support, and I'm sure he does too.
And what's Pick say? Does Pick also support?
No, it doesn't.
Damn. Alright, so next up we have Scream versus Jubilife Jirachis. A matchup that, honestly, isn't really, like... I mean, it's gonna be good if Jirachis are, it's actually pretty tense for the Jirachis' sake that they need a couple of really good wins. But if Scream wins, then Jirachis are most likely gonna be out.
The Jirachis are gonna be locking in like crazy this week because they kind of have to.
They have to, and hopefully they've.
Whereas the Screams are probably just gonna goof around.
They're gonna coast. Looking at the things, it looks like they're gonna coast. VC Ubers, first of all, between Zayot and Ice Master, which should be pretty easy, all things considered.
Yeah.
I'm not really been impressed with Zayot's play style and how they play. So, Ice.
Yes, Ice.
Ice by default.
Agreed.
Ice by default. Who does Pick say?
It says Zayot.
Yikes. OU. Irene versus Starreal.
I'm going surreal.
Yes, me too. As much as I like to see Irene play, I think Starreal's going to win.
It's insane. Have I been predicting against Irene every single week?
I think that just comes with the nature.
This feels a bit.
one-sided.
I just feel bad for predicting against them every single week.
Yeah, me too. What does Pick say?
The pick says in a fable.
Okay. So OU, we saw Keshba versus Doug Trio's Broken, where Keshba won. It's been bolded.
Yup.
So Keshba won. I would have picked Dougie to win, but hey.
I probably would have picked Dougie to win as well.
Yeah, we're both taking the L. So what does Pick say?
The pick is apparently no fool and picked Keshba.
Rigged. It rigged. No,
yeah, it is rigged because, like, I redid some of the predicts from last week for the ones that had subs because, like, a pick isn't going to be disingenuous about what it picks because, like, it's a
rigged
machine.
It's a rigged machine, but it is a machine.
But for every one I redid, it picked the person who won.
Wow, isn't that bias?
Rigged thing.
Rigged little bitch. Alright, so next is UU. Fiend versus Hax Lolo. I like how Hax Lolo played against Ziri. Not gonna lie. I really liked how they played. However, I don't think it's enough to beat Fiend. Can Lightning strike twice in a row? Probably not. I'm going Fiend.
We're both going Fiend.
Fiend to win. Does Fiend win in picks?
No.
Oh, it believes. It believes in Haxlolo. Alright.
Well, yeah, I mean, anyone can lose to Haxed.
But they don't become a Lolo after.
They might go Lolo from laughing.
Haha. Alright, are you? Just Franco versus Jojen. Okay.
Okay, then.
Lock in.
Franco.
Lock in, Jojen. We believe. I mean, yes, we're going with Franco to win, but yes, he believes. What's Pick say?
It says Franco.
Yeah, we're all in agreement. And you, Big Tony versus Enzo Nana.
Ooh.
Interesting one, this one. Big Tony's actually been doing far better than most expected. He's what? 2-3?
If 2-3 is far better than most expected, then I'm a little afraid to...
I legit thought he was gonna be winless. But he has...
Wow!
Yeah, I legit thought he was gonna pick up no wins, but he's been surprising me with some of the games, so that's good.
But let's see what his record is. Okay, 0-1, 0-2.
That's not a good start.
1-2. 1-3.
2-3.
2-3. You are correct.
So yeah, he's been doing far better than I initially thought. Enzo Nana, though, has he picked up a win ever since week 1?
Dude, yes. He literally won versus Acid.
Oh, that's right. Well, yes.
In week 1.
I said, has he picked up a win since week 1?
Oh, since. Let's see. 1-0. 1-1. 2-1.
Oh, okay, so he has.
2-2. 2-3.
So it's a battle between two...
They have the same record.
Yeah, it's a battle between 2-3 players. I'm gonna go with Tony.
I was thinking of going with Enzo Nana.
Oh, we disagree. We disagree on something. I think Tony personally, but yeah. Where's Pick?
Enzo Nana.
Wow, it sides with you. PU, Lore versus Black Knight Gawain. An interesting little matchup this one is. And I think I know.
Lore.
Yeah, but I think I know who we are going with because it's PU, Lore to win.
Yep.
Alright, what does Pick say?
The Pix is Gawain.
Interesting. LC, the Iron Pikachu versus Geoff 97. Hey, Geoff's actually competing.
Yep, finally, right?
Should have slotted him in. Should have slotted her in week 1. Just saying, but yeah. This one's fun. This one's a fun little matchup. Iron Pikachu hasn't really doing their stride. Meanwhile, we could see a potential.
Has Iron Pikachu even won?
You check. You have the sheet.
Let's see. 0-1. Oh. Yeah, the only win here is versus Greedy, I think. Let's see.
Yikes.
1-1. 1-2. Okay, they subbed out here. 1-3. 1-3.
Honestly, PokeArt, I'm thinking Geoff. I think she's gonna win.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking too. Was that like a question?
Yeah, is that even a question? I mean, okay, in room tours, I don't know if this is correct, but doesn't Geoff like technically have a better record than Iron Pikachu in terms of room tours? I have no statistics to back that up, but that's just my
room tours.
Yeah, but that's just my personal perception. Or
I'm not sure about that.
I wish we could track that. I really wish we could track room tour statistics and people who you battled.
All I'm praying is that Geoff isn't feeling too much pressure when she plays.
Dude, she can beat Iron Pikachu.
Yes, she can beat many players. It's just she doesn't do well under pressure.
She can beat. I mean, technically the Jirachis are under pressure because they might be knocked out if they lose. But hopefully that isn't hopefully that doesn't like deter her from winning. I think she honestly can win.
Oh yeah, totally. She totally can. I've seen her play great.
I also have seen her play great. Like, we are not.
I sent you that the other day.
Yes, I did see that. I did see that replay.
Played that quite well.
Yeah, she did play that amazingly there. So yes, we know Geoff can play well. We just don't get to see her full potential because she gets peer pressured.
Well, I wouldn't say pure pressured, but
she gets pressured.
It gets a little. I think it gets hard for her to get into the mentality that required to play as well as that as at her best.
Yeah, which is troubling, but hopefully, fingers crossed, Geoff plays like the Geoff we know. All right, who does Pick say?
The Pick says Iron Pikachu.
So it believes Iron Pikachu can still muster out a win. Next up is Monotype. Jack Cuzzler versus Meme Dose.
Jack Cuzzler.
Yes, that's the correct prediction. This is another player who I'm super happy that they get to showcase in BLT how good they are. And Jack Cuzzler is one of them. Who does Pick say?
We're all saying Jack Cuzzler here, Mikoi.
Dude. Doubles OU, Jadina Bambino versus Eevee. Interesting.
Excuse me?
Okay. I think I've seen Eevee play the OU.
Wait, hold up. Versus Eevee?
Yes.
Sorry, the predict sheet says Sir Voltmike.
Wait, what? Oh!
The predict sheet says Revolt Mike.
Well, on the official, in the OP, it's Eevee. Change that.
Let me see this.
I think it's a sub. It could be potentially a sub.
Oh, look at that.
What?
And it doesn't quite appear to be a sub.
Oh, it was a starter.
If I remember correctly, Eevee does play doubles.
I keep telling you, yes, she does play doubles. So, yeah, I'm not gonna be surprised. I think Eevee will win.
Yeah, I'm predicting Eevee too.
I think they're better suited for this than Aryu personally, but they do have Servault Mike on, so who am I to judge?
Yeah. Interesting that they're not slotting in Servault Mike, speaking of which.
Yeah, because Servault Mike has been proven. They need to lock in.
In fact, the Jirachis have kind of drastically changed their lineup.
They have. Maybe this is the winning formula, PokeArt.
We'll see.
Hopefully Giov being slotted in means that this is better luck for all of them. Who does pick say?
The pick also says Eevee.
Okay, Ranbat's best three, Rafta versus Losco.
Oh!
I like this. This is a very, very good matchup between two very goated Rans players. I think both have the same record, but that's just me.
I'm not sure.
Losco is 4-1.
Has Rafna only lost to JJ?
That's exactly. Check it again. I think Losco is also 4-1, but check Rafna's.
Yeah, Losco is 4-1. 90% sure.
And what is Rafna's record?
Let's see. Okay. 1-0, 2-0, 2-1. Just subbed out. 3-1. Oh, 3-1.
Alright, so 3-1 versus 4-1. Honestly, this could really go either way. I mean, it's Rans, but this could really go either way.
It's Rans.
For better or worse, I think I'm going Losco. I know who you're gonna pick. Are you gonna pick Rafna?
I might. I think so.
Alright, so you're picking Rafna, I'm picking Losco. Good. Who does?
Not gonna lie, I feel like I'm gonna get this wrong, but at the same time, for some reason, I feel rather strongly that Rafna will win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. Rafna, I'm not gonna be surprised if Rafna wins, but I just think Losco's gonna, bringing his luck again.
Losco has literally beaten JJ, if I remember correctly, yes. So, that's kind of reasonable.
He has beaten JJ. By sheer luck, but still. It's still a win's a win.
Well, it is Rans.
It is Rans. Who does pick say?
The pick says Losco.
Ah, so it's agreeing with me this time. National Dex, Omar versus LB. Oh man, poor Omar. Hasn't gotten really showcased how good he can be in National Dex. I think it's the same situation here. I'm thinking Longest Banana. Who are you picking?
Can't believe I'm predicting this, but yes, Longest Banana.
Longest Banana! Who does pick say?
The pick says Longest Banana.
So we're all picking Longest Banana. Alright, next up is Lavender Labrasis. Currently losing to Roaring Sailor Moon. Excuse me, Labrasis. So, what? The No John experiment between Laprasis and the Sailor Moons has not really worked out in favor of Laprasis. Alright, Next up is Ubers, where XII lost to Skyu. Now, would we have predicted Skyu to win?
I was thinking XII won.
I also was thinking Skyu won, personally. Like, I can't see a world where Emoxu wins. So, what does pick?
The pick can, though.
Wow, the picks. Taking the L. Alright, next up is OU. Nemose versus Mada.
Oh. Okay, that's not what the sheet says, so I will change that real quick.
Change that. So, Nemose versus Mada. Who you picking?
Well, that makes things easier.
Who you picking?
Mada.
Mada. Yeah, Mada. Mada to win for me as well. What's pick say?
Mada.
Mada. OU, One Last Kiss versus Drip Legend. This should be easy.
One Last Kiss.
Yeah. The GOAT. The GOAT will prove himself worthy for dominant fashion. What does pick say?
The pick says Drip Legend.
Okay. Ooh. We have Ziri, what was supposed to be Blittius. It's now Ziri versus Unzips Kroger.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, finally. But has age caught up to Ziri? That is the question.
Yes, but I don't think it's caught up quite enough to not win here.
I hope not, and I hope that's not the case. I'm going Ziri.
I'm going Ziri as well.
Please, Ziri, let us glaze you. Let us glaze you yet again.
Like a donut.
Like a donut. And does the pick agree?
No, it doesn't.
Damn it. We're not going to get glazed donuts. Are you Ampha versus Colored Name? I think this should be fairly easy.
Okay. Yep.
Ampha. What's pick say?
Colored Name.
Wow. NU, Estra versus Diamond's Realm. This already happened. And Estra won.
Are we taking the L on that?
I think we might be taking the L on this one. I was going with Diamond's Realm, honestly.
I was probably going with Diamond's Realm too.
What does pick say?
The pick says Diamond's Realm.
We're all taking the L. PU, the Battling Professor versus Bleehay. Both players who won last week. I like how Battling Professor played last week. So, I think this should be fairly simple. Battling Professor?
Yeah, I'll agree with you.
Yeah, finally. Now that's a pick that's a predict that I actually can get behind. What does pick say?
It says Bleehay.
Oof. So what does pick say?
The pick says Bleehay.
Oof. Next up is LC. Teemo versus Envy, which happened, and Envy lost to Mimo Teemo. Would you have picked Teemo? Would you have picked Mimo Teemo?
I would have picked Envy, are you kidding?
Yeah, same here. I also picked Envy. Sorry, Mimo. But I'm glad... Dude, Teemo is actually, like, what, 4-1?
Something like that? Let's see.
If he's 5-0, I'm freaking out.
Let's see. 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1,
5-1.
5-1.
He's 5-1.
Oh my god, does that mean what I think it means?
Teemo has the best record.
That his one loss was to TGA?
You are the only one to put a dent in Mimo Timo.
Jesus Christ.
Timo has the best record, I think. I think Timo legit has the best record in LC at the moment. So, yeah, you were the only ones who put a dent in him. Good job, I guess. Good job, I guess. You broke Mimo Timo. Alright,
Well then.
Monotap. We saw Ryosoken versus Twinkey.
Twinkey.
Yeah, we've seen Ryosoken compete in past weeks, or probably in the past year or so. Think this is fairly obvious who was gonna go to. Thinking Twinkey.
Twinkey to win.
And does Pick agree?
Yes.
Alright. Doubles OU. Joyce Bad Kiram beat Icy Penguin in a best of fucking 3.
In which Choice by Kieran won all 3.
Apparently apparently she wants to prove something. I don't see it. I don't see anything.
All I see was Icy Penguin playing like ass.
Wow. It did. Yes, you're right, but wow. You really have to say it.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, 1 second. The kitty wants to be let out.
Alright. Brand best 3. Bolt versus Hammy. Hammy won.
As I would have predicted.
Yeah, I would have predicted the same. I really thought, I don't really think Bolt can beat Hammy. Does Peck agree?
Hold on, I need to actually do that.
Bolt versus Hammy. Who does Peck say?
It says Pote. Whoops.
Whoop. Alright, National Decks. Nash Rock versus Seth. Nash Rock won.
I don't... yes.
Yeah, Nash Rock won.
But who would you predict?
Honestly, I would have predicted Seth.
I'm not sure who I would have predicted.
Where are you going with Nash Rock?
Maybe?
Really? You're leaning more towards Nash Rock.
I mean, I didn't really get the chance to think about it before it happened.
Me either. But I think I'm still confident in going with Seth.
Okay. I think my heart says it would have preferred Nash Rock.
But in your head.
Well, my head doesn't know.
Sure it does. It's in your head.
I literally just said it doesn't know.
Fine. Okay, so you're going Nash Rock, I'm going Seth. What does Pick say?
It says Nash Rock.
Okay. It knows something I don't. Alright, finally we come to the Cinnabar Charizards. I don't think you can get a Charizard in Cinnabar Island. So, that's already wrong. Maybe I should have said that in
I don't think they care.
I really think I should have said that in week 1. Versus the Pillsbury Fido boys. We should call the Marshmallow Gang. So, first
They're
off,
not marshmallows.
I know. I'm just making jokes. Alright. Ubers. We start off with Zoe Cafe beating Aincrad.
I would have probably picked Ains.
I also would have predicted Aincrad to win.
The pick says Zoe, though, because it's rigged.
It's rigged. OU! Hacker versus Tenebricite. 5-0 Hacker.
Ooh.
5-0 Hacker. 5-0 Hacky Wacky. So, would we go the extra mile and go 6-way, 6-0, hacky wacky?
I mean, he's on a tear, so why not?
We're go. I'm sorry, Tenebricide. I think you can pull this off, but no, I think I'm gonna go with hacky wacky on this one. Where's Pick say?
It says hacker.
Yeah, okay, we're all buying hacky sacks. We're all buying hacky sacks for this one. The other OU game, we got Cave versus Stories. Stories playing OU.
Yes.
Well, can she do enough to beat Cave?
Probably.
I think Stories. I think Stories to win.
Me too.
They.
I think it's clear we both have a rather low opinion of Cave.
Yeah. Well, Cave is the traditional OU main. But yeah, his win, well, his only win against LCAP, but his other games,
Yeah, that's really bad.
I haven't seen like the best out of Cave. I think he really needs to showcase a little bit more of skill.
I remember seeing an S Tour day for SV where he got really far, but other than that, I really haven't seen much out of him.
That's it. He had one good day in S Tour. So, yeah, Stories to win. Does Pick agree?
The pick does not agree.
No, it's for Cave. UU, Seraph Z versus Zuzo Wawa. Seraph?
Seraph.
Yeah, I haven't been really impressed with Zuzo Wawa. Even though they play a lot. Not really that enough. So, who does Pick say?
It says Susawawa.
Okay. Are you Joel X Leaf versus Phantom Mystics?
Phantom playing something that isn't NU. Interesting. But I guess they do have Shengineer.
They do have the Shengineer support. Joel?
No, not support. You kidding? Odds are Phantom's been Shen's support.
Yeah. I agree. So, no. Stories, Phantom Sticks, and Shengineer are all in their little bubble, okay? So, yeah. Joel.
Wait, you're right. Stories, Shengineer, and Phantom all on the same team. No wonder their NU has not taken a loss.
Yeah. Joel has, shown that they can be okay. They're decent, but is it enough to beat Phantom Mystics though? I don't think so.
It could be, but maybe not.
I'm going Phantom.
I am also going Phantom. Underrated player.
Does the pick agree with seeing that Phantom is an underrated player?
No.
Wow. And you, Ninja versus Shengineer.
I don't think. Speaking of the lossless NU.
Yeah. Shengineer can legit go 10-0 at this rate.
I wouldn't say 10-0 because
BLT's only 9. BLT's only 9 weeks.
It could very well be 11 if there's 2 tiebreakers.
I know, which is bound to happen. Sorry Ninja, but I think the 6-0 is real. I'm going Shengineer.
I agree.
Does Pick agree?
The pick agrees.
We're all going Shengineer. PU! Druid versus Esteban. And Druid won. Surprise?
No one's surprised.
Surprised? Not really. Yeah.
Nope.
Druid easily wins. No, you're kidding? Or who are we to denounce Druid?
We aren't anyone to denounce Druid.
Does Pick agree?
The pick does not agree, even though it already happened.
It's denouncing dude. LC, Lady Rider versus Taking Notes kinda. Wow, that's an interesting
Wait.
matchup.
LC?
Yeah.
Uh?
Yeah, that's an interesting matchup. What the frick?
Huh?
Lady Rider versus Taking Notes kinda in LC of all people. Again, very interesting. Who do you pick?
Who the hell should I know?
Who the hell indeed? I mean, you played Taking Notes kinda before in LC. I recall that.
Okay, I'll go Taking Notes kinda just because I
Really?
think he's more of an all-arounder.
Really?
I've never seen Lady Rider do anything outside of Rands.
I honestly think you're Lady Rider. I think the Rand skill can carry over to LC.
I feel like that's one of the few tiers it wouldn't carry over to.
I'm going Lady Rider to win. They should make a Rand Bats for LC. That probably
Baby
has.
Randbats?
Maybe
I'm
Rand
pretty
Bats.
sure that exists.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that exists already. I just didn't play it. Yeah, Lady Rider. Lady Rider to win.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Lady Rider might have topped that ladder too, but I don't know. Who's to say? Just pick Gray.
The pick does not. The pick agrees with me.
Okay. So my time. Royal Reloaded versus Drizzle, and this already happened.
What would you have picked?
Driz.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. I would have picked Reloaded.
You would have picked Reloaded. Interesting. I mean, they're not bad. They're not bad now with Monotype, so, you know. They beat a very good player in Drizzle. That's commendable. Does Pick agree?
The pick agrees with you.
Okay, so it's taking the L as well. So,
Yes.
doubles OU. Big Warrior versus Sea Life.
Ooh, that's a good match.
It's an interesting one, to say the least. I think I'm going with Sea Life. What about you?
I'll go Sea Life too, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if Big Warrior wins.
Me too. I think Big Warrior got very unlucky all throughout. So it's time for her to probably take a win.
Her?
I believe it's a girl. I think it is a she.
News to me, okay.
Okay. So, Ranbats. Nash,
Wait, we didn't ask what the pick said.
does Pick agree? I mean,
It does not.
I have dementia. So, Ranbats. Jordan versus Dunox. Maybe Jordan will actually
Oh my
play.
god, Jordan!
Maybe Jordan will actually play a game.
Please!
Please, we need the old heads needed, especially Trace. He needs a Jordan. And Jordan has proven well that he can play good. Is it against Dunox, though? They're up against Dunox, though, so I don't know. What do you think?
I believe.
You believe in Jordan?
Yes.
You know what? I'm also going Jordan. Even though, you know, Dunox is well, we've seen Dunox be good at Rands, but Jordan. But Jordan, though. So, hopefully Jordan does play, and hopefully Jordan does, you know, does win. So, what does Pick say?
The pick says Dunox.
Okay. National Dex. Raul versus Silu. Highlight match.
Hell yeah!
Both.
The other two best Nat Dex players going at it.
Aside from Tempo, of course, for your very special Tempo de Anguria. So, yeah, both of the...
Because those two of the best Nat Dex players went at it last week. Tempo versus Silu. Now it's Rahul versus Silu.
Which is all a big 4-1 clusterfuck between all three. So
Yeah, except Rahul's a fake 4-1.
wow, this woman is freaking throwing bombs.
What? It's true.
He did
Are
win.
we gonna count an act win
He
as
did win an
a
act
proper
win. Yes, he did win an act win. But don't discredit the fact that he's won 3 games by himself with skill. He's been good.
Yeah, so he's 3-1. And a fake 4-1.
He's been good. Don't deny. I'm picking Silu though.
Who said I'm denying?
I'm picking Silu though.
I am also picking Silu.
Sorry, Rahul. I think the luck streak is over.
Although I wouldn't be surprised if Rahul wins.
Me too. I'm curious to see if Rahul can win. They can. It's just they need to outplay. Alright, so what does Pick say?
Rahul.
Alright. Rahul. And that's it. This video is probably gonna get 4 hours long. I'm already looking at the timestamp. It's already
Dude,
4.
this is probably longer than that.
I think it's only reached 4 hours and 10 minutes, I think.
There's no way.
Well, I'm the one who edits the video, so the BLT break will be worth it, Pokeyard. At least, after this season is over. Next week, we come at you early. That much I can promise. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Please like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe. Click that notification bell so you when this video once it comes out. And I'll see you next week, earlier than usual, when we talk about Week 6 recap, Week 7 predicts. Because I got it.
Koi, we've been at this for so long today that I'm a year older now.
Happy birthday! That's right. We forgot to greet this woman with a happy birthday. Yeah, so happy birthday, Pokeart. And yes, I forgot to mention that at the top of the video, so screw me. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please like this video. Oh, I already said that. This has been Mikoi signing out.
Goodbye.